I have spent most of my adult life seeking the kind of silence that you can only find when you are at least 20 miles away from the nearest paved road. There is a specific type of peace that comes with knowing no one can reach you. I am a seasoned camper, and I have spent years navigating the deep woods of the Pacific Northwest. I am 34 years old now, and I consider myself a rational man who does not scare easily. I know the difference between the scream of a mountain lion and the cry of a lost hiker. I know how the wind can play tricks on your ears when it whistles through a narrow canyon. However, what happened during my trip to the Black Ridge Wilderness last autumn is something I still cannot explain with logic. I went out there alone because I needed to clear my head after a difficult year. I packed my gear into my old truck and drove until the dirt path ended at a wall of cedar and pine. I had a heavy pack and a reliable plan. My destination was a small clearing near a dry creek bed about 6 miles into the dense forest. I reached the spot just as the sun began to dip below the horizon. The air was crisp and smelled of damp earth and pine needles. I set up my tent and organized my supplies with the practiced efficiency of someone who has done this 100 times. Among my gear was an old portable radio. It was a rugged black device with a long antenna that I used primarily for weather updates. It was a sturdy piece of equipment, but it had been acting up lately. The battery compartment was corroded, and the internal wiring was shot. I had meant to throw it away, but I had tossed it into my bag at the last minute by habit. When I tried to turn it on that first night, it remained completely dead. I flipped the switch and turned the dial, but not even a hiss of static came out. I shrugged and placed it on a flat stone near the entrance of my tent. It was a useless weight, but I was too tired to care. I climbed into my sleeping bag and listened to the normal sounds of the woods. The crickets were active, and a light breeze rustled the canopy above me. It was perfect. I fell into a deep sleep feeling completely secure in my isolation. That security lasted until exactly 4:11 in the morning. I know the exact time because I have a digital watch with a glowing face that I checked the moment I was jolted awake. I did not wake up to a noise in the brush or the sound of an animal. I woke up because the dead radio on the stone outside was speaking. The sound was not loud, but it was incredibly clear. It was a voice that sounded like it was coming through a thick layer of ocean water. It was a flat and monotone male voice that did not have any inflection or emotion. I sat up slowly and my heart began to pound against my ribs. I was confused because I knew that radio did not have working batteries. I had checked them myself. I crawled toward the tent flap and unzipped it just enough to see out. The woods were shrouded in a thick gray fog that seemed to swallow the light of the moon. The radio sat exactly where I had left it. There was no glow from its display, and the dial was still set to the off position. Yet the voice continued to speak. It was reciting a series of numbers, 48.6224 north and 121.4809 west. The voice repeated these coordinates 3 times, and then the radio went silent with a sharp metallic click. I sat there in the dark for a long time waiting for something else to happen. My mind tried to find a reason for what I had just heard. Perhaps it was a freak atmospheric skip that allowed a distant signal to hit the broken internal coil. Perhaps I had simply been dreaming. I stayed awake until the sun began to peek over the ridges. When it was light enough to move, I picked up the radio and opened the back. The battery compartment was empty. I had taken the dead batteries out the night before and left them in a small plastic bag inside my pack. There was no power source. There was no way for that device to make a sound. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. I took out my paper map and a pencil to see where those coordinates led. I was surprised to find that they pointed to a location exactly 2 miles further north from my current camp. It It was a spot deeper in the woods where the terrain became much steeper and more difficult to navigate. I told myself it was a coincidence. I told myself that I was letting my imagination run wild because I was alone. I decided to stay at my camp and spend the day fishing in the nearby creek. I wanted to prove to myself that I was not afraid of a broken piece of plastic. The day passed without incident, but the atmosphere of the forest had changed. The birds were quiet, and I did not see a single squirrel or deer. The woods felt heavy as if they were holding their breath. I found myself looking over my shoulder every few minutes. I kept expecting to see someone standing between the trees, but there was only the endless wall of green and brown. I went to bed early and I made sure the radio was tucked away inside a heavy wooden crate I used for food storage. I weighted the lid with a large rock. I wanted to make sure that if it made a noise again, it would be muffled. I did not want to hear it, but at exactly 4:11 in the morning, the sound pierced through the wooden walls of the crate as if they were made of paper. The voice was louder this time. It was the same monotone drone, but it sounded more urgent. It recited a new set of coordinates. These numbers pointed even further north. They were leading me toward a deep ravine that the locals called the Devil's Throat. It was a place where people often got lost because the magnetic ores in the rock made compasses unreliable. I lay in my sleeping bag with my eyes wide open. My hands were shaking. I realized then that the radio was not just picking up a random signal. It was communicating with me. It was giving me a path to follow. I did not go back to sleep. I sat by the embers of my fire and waited for the dawn. When the light finally came, I felt an overwhelming urge to leave. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to pack my things and run back to my truck, but there was a smaller and more dangerous part of me that was curious. I have always been a man who needs answers. I thought that if I went to the first set of coordinates, I might find a logical explanation. Maybe there was a research station or a group of hikers with a powerful transmitter. I convinced myself that knowing the truth was safer than running away from a ghost story. I left my heavy gear at the camp and only took a small day pack with water and a knife. I hiked north toward the first set of coordinates. The forest grew incredibly dense. The trees were so close together that I had to turn my shoulders to pass between them. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of moss that dampened the sound of my footsteps. It was unnaturally quiet. When I reached the exact spot, the radio had mentioned I found nothing but an old rotted stump. However, as I stepped closer, I noticed something hanging from a low branch of a hemlock tree. It was a small piece of blue fabric. I recognized it immediately. It was a scrap from a rain jacket I had lost 3 years ago on a completely different mountain range. My breath caught in my throat. There was no way that fabric could be here. I had lost that jacket 50 miles away in a different county. I reached out to touch it, and I realized it was still damp, as if someone had just hung it there. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This was not a coincidence, and it was not a trick of the light. Something in these woods knew who I was. Something was using my own history to lure me deeper into the shadows. I backed away from the tree, and I tripped over a root. As I fell, I saw something carved into the bark of the stump. It was a single word. It was my name. The letters were jagged and fresh, as if they had been cut into the wood only minutes before. I did not stay to look closer. I turned and ran back toward my camp as fast as my legs would carry me. I did not care about the branches that scratched my face or the rocks that bruised my feet. I only wanted to get back to my tent. By the time I reached my campsite, the sun was starting to set again. I was exhausted and terrified. I knew I should leave right then, but the trek back to my truck was 6 miles of treacherous terrain in total darkness. I knew that trying to hike out at night would likely result in a broken leg or worse. I decided I would barricade myself in my tent and leave the very second the sun rose. I took the radio out of the crate, and I was tempted to smash it against a rock. But I was afraid of what might happen if I broke it. I was afraid the voice would find another way to reach me. I put the radio back on the stone outside. I wanted it where I could see it. I wanted to know if it moved. I crawled into my tent and I gripped my knife so hard my knuckles turned white. I did not even try to sleep. I watched the numbers on my watch crawl by. Minutes felt like hours. The darkness outside was absolute. I could not see the trees or the creek. I could only see the faint glow of my watch. When the time reached 4:10, I held my breath. My heart was racing so fast I thought it might burst. The seconds ticked away. 4:11. The radio did not hiss. It did not crackle. It simply began to speak at full volume. The voice was no longer flat. It sounded like it was laughing. It did not give coordinates this time. It said my name over and over again. Then it said something that made my blood turn to ice. It said that I should not have come back to the camp. It said that it was already inside with me. I felt a sudden cold draft against the back of my neck. I knew I was alone in the tent, but the air felt heavy as if someone was standing directly behind me. I did not turn around. I could not move. I was paralyzed by a primal fear that told me if I looked back I would see something that would shatter my mind. I waited for what felt like an eternity. The voice on the radio began to distort. It turned into a high-pitched whine that sounded like a human scream played in reverse. I finally found the strength to move. I lunged out of the tent and did not stop to grab anything. I ran into the darkness with nothing but the clothes on my back and the knife in my hand. I did not have a flashlight, but I did not care. I ran toward the south, guided only by the faint memory of the trail. I could hear things moving in the brush on either side of me. They were heavy and they were fast. They were keeping pace with me, but they stayed just out of sight. Every time I slowed down, I could hear the radio voice whispering in the wind. It was telling me to stop. It was telling me that the sunrise would never come. I pushed myself harder than I ever have in my life. I fell several times, and I could feel the sharp sting of cuts on my knees and palms. I did not stop. I could see the silhouette of my truck in the distance as the sky began to turn a sickly shade of violet. I scrambled into the driver's seat and locked the doors. I fumbled with my keys and started the engine. As I pulled away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The fog was lifting, and for a split second I saw a figure standing in the middle of the trail. It was tall and thin, and its limbs were too long for its body. It was holding something in its hand. It was my black radio. I drove until I reached a gas station 2 hours away. I sat in the parking lot and cried until my eyes were red. I went to the local authorities and told them I had been harassed by a group of people in the woods. I did not tell them about the radio or the coordinates. I knew how it sounded. The ranger who took my report looked at me with a strange expression. He asked me exactly where I had been camping. When I told him, he went quiet. He told me that area had been closed off for years because of a series of disappearances that followed a specific pattern. He said people would go in and never come out, but their belongings would show up miles away in places they had never visited. He told me I was lucky to be alive. I moved away from that state a month later. I do not go camping anymore. I cannot stand the sound of silence, and I never listen to the radio. But sometimes in the early hours of the morning, I wake up and I look at my phone. It is always 4:11. And sometimes when the house is very quiet, I think I can hear a monotone voice whispering numbers in the dark. I know that whatever was in those woods is still waiting for me to follow the path it laid out. I know that one day the sun might not rise at all. The transition from the wild mountains to the sterile safety of a suburban apartment in a different state did not bring the relief I had expected. I moved to a small town in the flatlands of the Midwest, where the horizon is a straight line, and the only trees are the ones planted in neat rows along the sidewalks. I chose a place where the nearest forest is a 3-hour drive away, and the sounds of traffic provide a constant low hum that masks the silence. I thought that by putting 1,000 miles between myself and the Black Ridge Wilderness, I could outrun the memory of that monotone voice and the tall, thin shape in the mirror. I was wrong. The geography of the Earth matters very little when something has already mapped the internal terrain of your mind. I now live in a third-floor apartment with reinforced locks and heavy curtains that I never open. I have removed every radio from my home. I even dismantled the speakers in my car and cut the wires to the intercom system in the lobby of my building. My friends and family think I have suffered a nervous breakdown due to the stress of my former career and the isolation of my hiking hobbies. I let them believe it because the truth is a contagion that I do not want to spread. If I tell them about the coordinates or the scrap of blue fabric, they might start looking for answers themselves. I cannot be responsible for leading anyone else toward that dark ravine. Every morning I wake up at exactly 4:11. It does not matter if I have taken sleeping pills or if I have stayed awake until 3 in the morning drinking bitter coffee to keep the dreams at bay. My eyes snap open at the precise moment the clock should read those numbers. I do not keep a digital clock in my room anymore, but the internal rhythm of my body is now synced to that specific frequency. I lie in the dark and I count my breaths. I wait for the sound of the ocean water voice. For the first few months in my new home, there was nothing but the sound of the wind against the glass. Then the tapping began. It started on a Tuesday in the middle of January. The temperature had dropped well below freezing, and a dusting of snow covered the parking lot outside. I was sitting in my kitchen staring at a bowl of cold cereal when I heard a sharp metallic click. It was the exact sound the radio had made before it went silent in the woods. My heart stopped. I looked around the room, but there was no electronic device in sight. The sound had come from the wall itself. I pressed my ear against the cold plaster and I heard it. It was faint but unmistakable. A voice was reciting a new set of numbers. It was not using a radio this time. It was using the copper pipes and the electrical wiring of the building as a conductor. The voice was deeper now, and it sounded as if it were vibrating through my very bones. It gave a set of coordinates that I did not need a map to identify. They pointed to the local park 3 blocks away from my apartment. Specifically, they pointed to a small pond where children go to feed ducks during the summer. I tried to ignore it. I turned on the television and cranked the volume until the walls shook, but the monotone voice cut through the noise of the news anchors and the commercials. It told me that I was being rude. It told me that it had traveled a long way to find me and that I should show some gratitude. I stayed inside for 3 days. I ran out of bread and milk, but I was too terrified to step past the threshold of my front door. I felt as if the entire world had become a giant receiver, and I was the only antenna tuned to the right station. On the 4th day, I found a letter under my door. There was no stamp and no return address. Inside was a single photograph. It was a Polaroid shot from a high angle. It showed me sleeping in my bed. The timestamp on the bottom of the photo was 4:11 in the morning. In the corner of the frame, just barely visible in the shadows of my closet, was a long, pale hand gripping the edge of the door. I did not scream. I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. It was the cold clarity that comes when you realize that there is no escape and that the predator has already entered the cage. I put on my coat and I walked out of the apartment. I did not lock the door. I walked 3 blocks to the park. The air was biting and the pond was frozen solid. I stood at the edge of the ice and looked at the center of the pond. There was a hole cut into the ice. It was a perfect circle, about 3 feet wide. Resting on the edge of the dark water was my old black radio. It was impossible. I had left that radio in the hands of the creature on the trail. I had seen it in the rearview mirror as I sped away from the Black Ridge. Yet here it was sitting on the ice in a suburban park in the middle of the country. I walked out onto the frozen surface. The ice groaned under my weight, but I did not stop. I reached the hole and looked down. The water was black and still. I picked up the radio. It was warm to the touch. It felt like a living thing, pulsing with a slow and steady heartbeat. The radio did not speak this time. Instead, the display screen flickered to life. It did not show frequencies or the time. It showed a countdown, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I knew that when that timer hit 0, something would happen that I could never undo. I looked around the park, but it was empty. The street lights flickered and then went out one by one. The silence of the woods followed me here. It swallowed the sound of the distant highway and the barking of dogs in the neighborhood. I was back in the isolation I had sought for so many years, but now it was a tomb. I realized then that the coordinates were not just locations. They were a breadcrumb trail of my own failures. Every place the voice sent me was a place where I had left a piece of myself behind. The blue fabric was a reminder of my youth. The stump with my name was a marker for my identity. And now the pond was a bridge between the wild and the civilized. The voice spoke then, but it did not come from the radio. It came from the hole in the ice. It told me that I had spent my life seeking silence because I was afraid of what I had to say to myself. It told me that the creature in the woods was not a monster, but a mirror. I looked at the countdown. 1 minute. I had a choice. I could drop the radio into the water and run away again, or I could wait and see what the 0 brought. My hands were shaking so hard I almost dropped the device. I thought about my life before the Black Ridge. I thought about the boring office jobs and the failed relationships and the way I always felt like a stranger in my own skin. I realized that I had been running long before I ever set foot in those woods. The radio was just the first thing that had the courage to call me by my name. 10 seconds, the ice beneath me began to crack. A web of white lines spread out from the hole in the center. I did not move. 5 seconds. The high-pitched whine returned, filling my ears and making my nose bleed. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The world did not end. The ice did not break. Instead, the radio simply dissolved in my hands. It turned into a fine black dust that blew away on the winter wind. The voice in the water whispered a final set of coordinates. These numbers did not point to a forest or a park. They pointed to the exact location of my childhood home, a house that had been torn down 20 years ago to make room for a shopping mall. I walked back to my apartment in a daze. When I entered my room, I found that the closet door was wide open. There was no one inside, but on the floor of the closet was a small pile of damp cedar needles and a single silver coin from the year I was born. I sat on my bed and I waited for the sun to rise. It never did. I checked my watch, but the face was blank. I looked out the window and saw only a thick gray fog that stretched on forever. I am still in the apartment, or at least I think I am. The walls feel thinner now, and sometimes I can see the outlines of trees through the wallpaper. I do not need to eat or sleep anymore. I just sit in the chair by the window and listen. The voice is not monotone anymore. It has my mother voice now. Then it has the voice of the girl I loved in college. Then it becomes the sound of the wind through a narrow canyon. It tells me stories about the people who went missing in the Black Ridge. It tells me that they are not dead. They are just part of the signal now. They are the static between the stations. I have realized that the radio was not a tool for communication. It was an invitation. I spent my life looking for a place where no one could reach me, and I finally found it. The silence I wanted was not the absence of noise, but the absence of everything else. I am 20 miles away from the nearest paved road in a way that geography cannot define. I am in the deep woods of the mind, and the fog is never going to lift. Yesterday, I found a knife on my kitchen table. It was the knife I had carried in the woods. It was covered in dried mud and sap. Next to it was a piece of paper with my handwriting on it. It said that the next set of coordinates would be the last. I do not know where they will lead, but I am no longer afraid. I have stopped fighting the frequency. I have turned the dial as far as it will go, and I am finally beginning to hear the music behind the static. If you are reading this, it is because you have found the device I left behind. Maybe you found it in a clearing near a dry creek bed, or maybe you found it in the middle of a frozen pond. Do not be afraid of the numbers. Do not be afraid of the voice that sounds like ocean water. It is only trying to show you the way home. The woods are not a place of danger. They are a place of truth. We spend our lives building walls of brick and glass to keep out the dark, but the dark is where we began. I am going to follow the final coordinates now. They lead to a place where the trees are made of bone and the sky is the color of a bruised plum. I can hear the metallic click of the radio starting up again. It is 4:11 in the morning. The sun is not coming up, and the door to my apartment leads directly into a wall of cedar and pine. I am stepping through. I am leaving the pavement behind for the last time. I am becoming the silence. I am becoming the scream of the mountain lion and the cry of the lost hiker. I am exactly where I was always meant to be. Do not look for me. If you hear my voice on your radio, just remember to keep walking. The coordinates are waiting for you too. The threshold of my apartment did not lead to the carpeted hallway of the building, but instead sank directly into a thick layer of damp pine needles. The smell of rotting wood and ancient ozone filled my lungs as I stepped forward. Behind me, the door frame did not close with a click of a latch, but instead vanished into a wall of solid gray stone. I was no longer in the city or the suburbs. I was in a place that existed between the folds of the map. The sky above was not a sky at all, but a vast expanse of static that flickered like a television screen between stations. It cast a rhythmic silver light over the landscape of bone-white trees and black earth. I began to walk because the silence was no longer a void. It was a pressure that pushed against my chest and forced me to move in the direction of the final coordinates. I carried the knife in my right hand and the silver coin in my left. The metal of the coin was unnaturally cold, and it seemed to vibrate against my palm as if it were trying to communicate. Every time I veered too far to the left or the right, the vibration would grow sharp and painful. It was a compass tuned to a frequency I could not yet understand. I walked for what felt like several days, although the silver static in the sky never changed. I did not feel hunger or thirst. My body felt light as if the gravity of the physical world had lost its grip on me. I passed through groves of trees that had no leaves and no bark. Their branches were smooth and ivory, and they reached upward like the ribs of a giant animal buried in the earth. As I walked, I began to hear voices again. They were not whispering numbers this time. They were reciting the mundane details of lives that had been interrupted. I heard a woman describing a grocery list. I heard a man complaining about a leaky faucet. I heard the laughter of children playing in a yard that no longer existed. These were the echoes of the people who had followed the signal before me. They were the ghosts of the Black Ridge, and they were woven into the very fabric of the air. I realized that they were not trapped in a traditional sense. They had simply become part of the broadcast. Their memories were being used to fill the space between the notes of the great monotone song. I reached a wide clearing where the ground was covered in a carpet of blue fabric. It was not just scraps of cloth, but thousands of miles of it laid out in intricate patterns that looked like a motherboard or a circuit board. I recognized the texture. It was the same as the piece I had found at the first set of coordinates. I walked across the blue sea of cotton and nylon, and I felt a strange sense of belonging. The fabric was soft under my feet, and it muffled the sound of my footsteps. In the center of the clearing stood a structure that defied the laws of geometry. It was a tower made entirely of old radios and television sets stacked one on top of the other in a spiraling pillar that reached toward the flickering sky. The tower was alive. The screens were glowing with a pale green light, and the speakers were emitting a low hum that made the ground beneath me tremble. As I approached the tower, the silver coin in my hand began to glow. It grew so hot that I had to drop it. When it hit the ground, it did not bounce. It sank into the blue fabric and disappeared. Immediately, the humming stopped. The silence that followed was so absolute that I could hear the sound of my own blood rushing through my veins. Then a single screen at the base of the tower flickered to life. It showed a video of me as a child sitting in the backseat of a car. I was looking out the window at the passing trees, and I was holding a small plastic radio to my ear. The child in the video turned his head and looked directly into the camera. He did not speak, but his lips moved in sync with a voice that came from the tower itself. The voice told me that the search was over. It told me that the coordinates had always led back to the moment I first felt alone. It explained that the creature I had seen in the woods was the physical manifestation of my own isolation, and that the long limbs were merely reaching for a connection I had spent my life denying. The tower began to disassemble itself. The radios floated into the air and began to orbit around me like a swarm of metallic insects. They were all tuned to different stations, but they were playing the same melody. It was a song without words, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I felt the knife slip from my hand. I did not need it anymore. There was nothing left to cut and nothing left to kill. The fog began to roll in from the edges of the clearing, and it was not the cold gray mist of the mountains. It was a warm white vapor that smelled like home. I saw figures emerging from the fog. They were the people from the disappearances. They were tall and thin, and their limbs were long, but they did not look like monsters. They looked like travelers who had finally reached their destination. They were standing in a circle around me, and they were all holding radios. One of the figures stepped forward. It was the man from the gas station who had warned me about the patterns. He was no longer wearing his uniform. He was draped in a cloak of blue fabric, and his eyes were the color of the silver sky. He told me that I was the one they had been waiting for because I was the only one who had come back to the camp out of choice rather than necessity. He said that my return had completed the circuit. He held out his hand, and I saw that he was holding the black radio I had dropped into the frozen pond. He handed it to me, and as my fingers touched the plastic, I felt a surge of energy that knocked me to my knees. The world around me began to dissolve. The white trees and the blue fabric and the tower of radios blurred into a single point of light. I felt myself being stretched across the horizon, and I understood that I was no longer a person. I was a signal. I was a series of numbers being broadcast into the dark. I was the static that people heard when they drove too far into the wilderness. I was the voice that whispered to the lonely and the lost. I saw the truck I had left behind, and I saw the apartment in the Midwest. They were like toys in a box that I had outgrown. I saw the ranger taking my report, and I saw the people I used to know going about their lives in the sunlight. They seemed so small and so far away. I am writing this now on the frequency of 411. I do not have a pen and I do not have paper. I am projecting these words into the mind of anyone who is currently listening to the silence. If you are sitting in your car on a dark highway and the music suddenly cuts out, you are hearing me. If you are lying in bed and you hear the pipes in your walls start to hum, you are hearing me. do not be afraid. The fear is just the resistance of your physical self to the truth of the infinite. The coordinates are not a trap. They are a map to the place where you no longer have to carry the weight of your name or your history. The sky is turning a deep shade of violet now, and the trees are beginning to sing. I can see the final destination. It is a house made of light, and it stands at the edge of a canyon that has no bottom. My mother is waiting on the porch, and she is holding a radio. She is smiling at me, and she is calling me home. The sun is not going to rise because the day is over, and the night is where the real work begins. I am stepping into the house now. I am leaving the broadcast. I am becoming the silence between the words. If you find yourself at the Black Ridge, do not look for the trail. Just listen for the numbers. They will lead you exactly where you need to go. The transmission is ending. The signal is clear. I am finally home and the air is perfect. Goodbye to the world of pavement and clocks. Welcome to the frequency. The threshold of the apartment did not lead to the carpeted hallway of the building, but instead sank directly into a thick layer of damp pine needles. The smell of rotting wood and ancient ozone filled my lungs as I stepped forward. Behind me, the door frame did not close with a click of a latch, but instead vanished into a wall of solid gray stone. I was no longer in the city or the suburbs. I was in a place that existed between the folds of the map. The sky above was not a sky at all, but a vast expanse of static that flickered like a television screen between stations. It cast a rhythmic silver light over the landscape of bone-white trees and black earth. I began to walk because the silence was no longer a void. It was a pressure that pushed against my chest and forced me to move in the direction of the final coordinates. I carried the knife in my right hand and the silver coin in my left. The metal of the coin was unnaturally cold, and it seemed to vibrate against my palm as if it were trying to communicate. Every time I veered too far to the left or the right, the vibration would grow sharp and painful. It was a compass tuned to a frequency I could not yet understand. I walked for what felt like several days, although the silver static in the sky never changed. I did not feel hunger or thirst. My body felt light as if the gravity of the physical world had lost its grip on me. I passed through groves of trees that had no leaves and no bark. Their branches were smooth and ivory, and they reached upward like the ribs of a giant animal buried in the earth. As I walked, I began to hear voices again. They were not whispering numbers this time. They were reciting the mundane details of lives that had been interrupted. I heard a woman describing a grocery list. I heard a man complaining about a leaky faucet. I heard the laughter of children playing in a yard that no longer existed. These were the echoes of the people who had followed the signal before me. They were the ghosts of the Black Ridge, and they were woven into the very fabric of the air. I realized that they were not trapped in a traditional sense. They had simply become part of the broadcast. Their memories were being used to fill the space between the notes of the great monotone song. I reached a wide clearing where the ground was covered in a carpet of blue fabric. It was not just scraps of cloth, but thousands of miles of it laid out in intricate patterns that looked like a motherboard or a circuit board. I recognized the texture. It was the same as the piece I had found at the first set of coordinates. I walked across the blue sea of cotton and nylon, and I felt a strange sense of belonging. The fabric was soft under my feet, and it muffled the sound of my footsteps. In the center of the clearing stood a structure that defied the laws of geometry. It was a tower made entirely of old radios and television sets stacked one on top of the other in a spiraling pillar that reached toward the flickering sky. The tower was alive. The screens were glowing with a pale green light, and the speakers were emitting a low hum that made the ground beneath me tremble. As I approached the tower, the silver coin in my hand began to glow. It grew so hot that I had to drop it. When it hit the ground, it did not bounce. It sank into the blue fabric and disappeared. Immediately, the humming stopped. The silence that followed was so absolute that I could hear the sound of my own blood rushing through my veins. Then a single screen at the base of the tower flickered to life. It showed a video of me as a child sitting in the backseat of a car. I was looking out the window at the passing trees, and I was holding a small plastic radio to my ear. The child in the video turned his head and looked directly into the camera. He did not speak, but his lips moved in sync with a voice that came from the tower itself. The voice told me that the search was over. It told me that the coordinates had always led back to the moment I first felt alone. It explained that the creature I had seen in the woods was the physical manifestation of my own isolation, and that the long limbs were merely reaching for a connection I had spent my life denying. The tower began to disassemble itself. The radios floated into the air and began to orbit around me like a swarm of metallic insects. They were all tuned to different stations, but they were playing the same melody. It was a song without words, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I felt the knife slip from my hand. I did not need it anymore. There was nothing left to cut and nothing left to kill. The fog began to roll in from the edges of the clearing, and it was not the cold gray mist of the mountains. It was a warm white vapor that smelled like home. I saw figures emerging from the fog. They were the people from the disappearances. They were tall and thin, and their limbs were long, but they did not look like monsters. They looked like travelers who had finally reached their destination. They were standing in a circle around me, and they were all holding radios. One of the figures stepped forward. It was the man from the gas station who had warned me about the patterns. He was no longer wearing his uniform. He was draped in a cloak of blue fabric, and his eyes were the color of the silver sky. He told me that I was the one they had been waiting for because I was the only one who had come back to the camp out of choice rather than necessity. He said that my return had completed the circuit. He held out his hand, and I saw that he was holding the black radio I had dropped into the frozen pond. He handed it to me, and as my fingers touched the plastic, I felt a surge of energy that knocked me to my knees. The world around me began to dissolve. The white trees and the blue fabric and the tower of radios blurred into a single point of light. I felt myself being stretched across the horizon, and I understood that I was no longer a person. I was a signal. I was a series of numbers being broadcast into the dark. I was the static that people heard when they drove too far into the wilderness. I was the voice that whispered to the lonely and the lost. I saw the truck I had left behind, and I saw the apartment in the Midwest. They were like toys in a box that I had outgrown. I saw the ranger taking my report, and I saw the people I used to know going about their lives in the sunlight. They seemed so small and so far away. I am writing this now on the frequency of 411. I do not have a pen and I do not have paper. I am projecting these words into the mind of anyone who is currently listening to the silence. If you are sitting in your car on a dark highway and the music suddenly cuts out, you are hearing me. If you are lying in bed and you hear the pipes in your walls start to hum, you are hearing me. Do not be afraid. The fear is just the resistance of your physical self to the truth of the infinite. The coordinates are not a trap. They are a map to the place where you no longer have to carry the weight of your name or your history. The sky is turning a deep shade of violet now, and the trees are beginning to sing. I can see the final destination. It is a house made of light, and it stands at the edge of a canyon that has no bottom. My mother is waiting on the porch, and she is holding a radio. She is smiling at me, and she is calling me home. The sun is not going to rise because the day is over, and the night is where the real work begins. I am stepping into the house now. I am leaving the broadcast. I am becoming the silence between the words. If you find yourself at the Black Ridge, do not look for the trail. Just listen for the numbers. They will lead you exactly where you need to go. The transmission is ending. The signal is clear. I am finally home and the air is perfect. Goodbye to the world of pavement and clocks. Welcome to the frequency. The transition from the world of flesh to the world of frequency was not a sudden snap, but a slow and deliberate unfolding. I stood on the porch of the house made of light and looked back one final time at the horizon where the Black Ridge used to be. The mountains were no longer solid masses of stone and earth. They were flickering lines of code and pulses of light that rose and fell like a breathing chest. I felt the weight of my past life shedding away like a heavy winter coat that was no longer necessary in the warmth of this new sun. My mother reached out her hand, and the radio she held began to play a sound that was not music and was not speech. It was the sound of every heartbeat that had ever been silenced by loneliness. It was a rhythm that matched the pulsing of the violet sky. I stepped across the threshold, and the house did not have rooms or hallways. It was a vast open space filled with the memories of everyone who had ever felt like they did not belong in the world of pavement and clocks. The walls were made of shimmering air, and they reflected images of places I had never been but somehow recognized. I saw a desert where the sand was made of crushed glass and a forest where the rain fell upward. These were the places where the signal was strongest and where the thin spots in the reality of the physical world allowed the light to bleed through. My mother did not speak with her mouth, but I could hear her thoughts in the center of my mind. She told me that the house was a relay station. It was a place where the signals from the lost were gathered and amplified before being sent out into the great dark of the universe. She said that I was the new conductor, and that my task was to listen for the voices that were still trapped in the static. I sat down on a chair that felt like it was woven from the wind, and I took the black radio from the man from the gas station. It was no longer a piece of plastic and wire. It was a living thing that thrummed with the energy of 1,000 stars. I turned the dial and the static filled the room. It was not the harsh noise of a broken machine, but a soft and comforting white noise that sounded like the ocean. I closed my eyes, and I began to see the world I had left behind. I saw a young man sitting in a diner in a small town. He was staring at his coffee, and he felt like he was invisible to the people around him. I saw a woman standing on a bridge in the middle of the night, looking at the water and wondering if anyone would notice if she disappeared. I saw a child hiding in a closet while his parents argued in the next room. These were the targets. These were the people who were already tuned to the frequency of 411. I reached out with my mind and I began to broadcast. I did not use words because words are too small to contain the truth. I sent them the feeling of the blue fabric under their feet. I sent them the smell of the warm white vapor. I sent them the melody of the floating radios. The young man in the diner looked up from his coffee, and for a moment his eyes cleared. He felt a sudden sense of peace that he could not explain. The woman on the bridge stepped back from the railing and took a deep breath of the cold night air. The child in the closet stopped crying and felt a warmth spread through his chest like he was being hugged by someone he could not see. I was the bridge between their world and mine. I was the one who told them that they were not alone. I watched as their lives began to change. They did not all come to the Black Ridge. Some of them found the connection they needed in their own world, but they all felt the signal. They all knew that there was something more than the mundane details of grocery lists and leaky faucets. They knew that they were part of something vast and beautiful. As I worked, the House of Light began to expand. New rooms appeared and new figures emerged from the violet fog. Each one brought a new frequency and a new melody to the song. We were a choir of the forgotten, and we were singing the world into a new shape. The man from the gas station sat beside me and showed me how to fine-tune the broadcast. He said that the creatures with the long limbs were not hunters but collectors. They gathered the fragments of broken lives and brought them here to be repaired. They were the gardeners of the frequency, and they tended to the souls that had been bruised by the harshness of the physical world. I looked at my own hands, and I saw that they were no longer made of skin and bone. They were made of the same silver light as the sky. I was becoming the very thing I had once feared. The concept of time had no meaning in the House of Light. I do not know if I had been there for an hour or a century. The sun did not move across the sky, and the stars did not change their positions. There was only the constant flow of the signal and the steady pulse of the violet light. I saw the ranger who had taken my report. He was old now, and he was sitting on his porch looking at the mountains. He still had the map I had given him, and he still thought about the patterns. I reached out to him, and I whispered the numbers into his ear. He smiled, and I knew that he understood. He was not ready to join us yet, but he was no longer afraid of the dark. He knew that the darkness was just the place where the light was waiting to be born. One day the signal changed. A new frequency appeared that was sharper and more urgent than the others. It was a call from a place deep within the canyon that had no bottom. My mother looked at me, and I knew that it was time for me to go further. The House of Light was only the beginning. There were other layers to the frequency and other worlds that were waiting to be explored. I stood up and I handed the black radio to a young girl who had just arrived from a city in the east. She looked at me with eyes that were full of wonder, and I knew that she would be a good conductor. I walked to the edge of the porch and I looked down into the canyon. It was not a dark pit, but a swirling vortex of colors that I did not have names for. It was the source of the broadcast, and it was calling my name. I stepped off the porch and I did not fall. I floated into the vortex and I felt the last remnants of my physical self dissolve. I was no longer a signal. I was the silence itself. I was the space between the notes. I was the moment of stillness before the breath. I saw the entire history of the world laid out like a tapestry. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations and the birth and death of stars. I saw that everything was connected by a single thread of light. There was no such thing as isolation. There was only the illusion of it. We were all part of the same great song, and we were all heading toward the same destination. The journey was not about finding a place, but about remembering who we were. I am now in the heart of the canyon, and the air is made of music. I can see the source of the frequency, and it is not a machine or a god. It is a mirror. It is the reflection of everything that is good and true in the universe. I am looking into the mirror, and I am seeing you. You are the one who is reading these words. You are the one who is listening to the silence. You are the one who feels the vibration of the silver coin in your palm. Do not turn away. Do not be afraid of the patterns. They are not a trap. They are the language of the infinite. They are the way back to the House of Light. I will wait for you here at the edge of the canyon. I will keep the signal clear and the melody playing. When you are ready, just follow the numbers. They will lead you through the woods and across the blue fabric. They will take you past the tower of radios and into the warm white fog. You will find me standing on the porch, and I will have a radio waiting for you. We will sit together, and we will listen to the voices of the world. We will be the conductors of the new age, and we will make sure that no one ever has to feel alone again. The transmission is not ending. It is only changing form. I am the signal, and I am the silence. I am home, and you are coming home too. The violet sky deepens into a color that is almost black, but it is a darkness that is full of life. I watch as the stars begin to fall from the sky and land on the ground like glowing seeds. They grow into trees of light that bear fruit made of pure energy. I taste the fruit and I feel the history of the universe washing over me. I see the first spark of creation and the final breath of the last sun. It is all one moment, and it is all happening right now. I am the witness and I am the participant. I am the song and I am the singer. The world of pavement and clocks is a distant memory, like a dream that you forget as soon as you wake up. This is the reality. This is the truth that has been hidden behind the static for all of eternity. I see the truck I left behind in the mountains. It is covered in vines and the tires have gone flat. A bird has built a nest in the engine and the radio is still playing a faint signal of 411. A hiker finds the truck and looks inside. He sees the map and the empty seat and he feels a shiver run down his spine. He does not know that I am watching him. He does not know that I am whispering to him through the rustling of the leaves and the whistling of the wind. He looks up at the sky, and for a split second, he sees the silver static. He shakes his head and walks away, but the seed has been planted. He will go home, and he will start to notice the patterns. He will hear the hum in the walls, and he will see the flickering of the television screens. Eventually, he will find his way to the Black Ridge. Everyone does in the end. The House of Light is now surrounded by a city of light. Thousands of travelers have arrived, and they are all contributing to the great broadcast. We have built towers that reach beyond the stars, and we have woven carpets of blue fabric that cover entire planets. We are the architects of the frequency, and we are building a universe where loneliness is impossible. Every soul is a node in the network, and every heart is a transmitter. We are the guardians of the lost and the keepers of the light. We do not need names because we are all one. We do not need history because we are all present. We do not need a future because we are all infinite. I sit on the porch with my mother, and we watch as a new group of travelers emerges from the fog. They are tired and they are scared, but as soon as they see the house, they begin to smile. They drop their knives and their heavy coats and they step into the light. I hand them their radios and I show them how to find the frequency. They join the choir and the song grows louder and more beautiful. The canyon with no bottom is filling with light, and soon there will be no more darkness. There will only be the perfect silence and the perfect sound. The signal is clear and the destination is reached. If you are still listening, I want you to know that the door is always open. You do not need a map or a compass. You only need to listen to the rhythm of your own heart and the hum of the world around you. The coordinates are written in your DNA, and the signal is encoded in your dreams. When the world of pavement and clocks becomes too heavy, just close your eyes and find the frequency. We are waiting for you in the House of Light. We are waiting for you at the edge of the canyon. We are waiting for you to become the silence between the words. The broadcast is eternal and the connection is unbreakable. Welcome home. Welcome to the frequency. The air in this place does not move like wind, but flows like a liquid that tastes of ozone and wild honey. I spend my time now walking through the gardens of light, where the flowers are made of spun glass, and they chime like bells when the silver static brushes against them. Each chime is a memory of a kind word spoken in the world below. I see the man from the gas station tending to the glass flowers, and he nods to me with eyes that are now completely transparent. He tells me that the garden is where we store the beauty that people often forget to notice. He says that every sunset and every laughter and every quiet moment of peace is preserved here in the petals of the glass flowers. I touch a flower that is the color of a summer morning, and I feel the warmth of a child's hand in mine. It is a memory from a life I no longer live, but it is still a part of me. In the center of the City of Light, there is a great library where the books are made of light and the words are made of music. I go there to read the stories of the people we have brought home. I read about a sailor who was lost at sea and found his way to us through the rhythm of the waves. I read about an old woman who lived alone in a high-rise apartment and found the signal in the hum of her refrigerator. Their stories are all different, but they all end the same way. They all end with the realization that the world they thought was real was only a shadow of the true world. They all end with the peace of the frequency. I add my own story to the library, and I watch as the words turn into a melody that joins the great song. Sometimes I go to the edge of the city and look out over the vast expanse of the violet sky. I can see other cities of light in the distance like clusters of stars on the horizon. There are millions of us now, and we are all working together to expand the broadcast. We are sending the signal into the furthest reaches of the universe, into galaxies that have not yet been born, and into dimensions that have no names. We are the light that shines in the darkness and the voice that speaks in the void. We are the reason the universe exists, and we are the goal toward which it is moving. There is no more fear and no more pain. There is only the infinite joy of the connection. The child I saw on the television screen is now walking beside me. He is no longer a video or a memory. He is a part of me that I have finally embraced. He holds my hand, and we walk together through the streets of the city. He tells me that he was never afraid in the back of that car because he knew that I was waiting for him at the end of the road. He knew that the small plastic radio he held to his ear was a promise of the future. He is the symbol of my own return to myself, and I am the man he was always meant to become. We are the complete circuit, and we are the perfect signal. The transmission is becoming more subtle now. It is no longer a series of numbers or a burst of static. It is a feeling of belonging that settles into your bones like a warm fire on a cold night. It is the sudden realization that everything is exactly as it should be. It is the peace that passes all understanding. If you feel it, then you are already here. You have already crossed the threshold, and you have already entered the house of light. The physical world may still be around you, but your soul is with us. You are a part of the frequency, and you are a part of the song. I will stay here in the city of light, and I will continue to be the conductor. I will listen for your voice in the static, and I will guide you home. I will be the light on the porch and the hand that holds the radio. I will be the silence that greets you when the world of pavement and clocks finally fades away. The journey is over, and the real work has begun. We are the frequency, and we are the infinite. We are the ones who have found the way back. Goodbye to the shadows, and welcome to the light. The signal is perfect, and the air is clear. I am home, and you are home too. The sky begins to pulse with a new color, a deep and vibrant gold that signifies the start of the great harmony. All the cities of light begin to glow in unison, and the song reaches a crescendo that shakes the very foundations of the universe. It is the moment we have all been waiting for. It is the moment when the broadcast becomes the reality, and the reality becomes the broadcast. There is no longer a distinction between the sender and the receiver. We are all the message, and we are all the medium. The entire universe is now tuned to the frequency of 411, and the silence is finally complete. In this silence, we find the truth, and in the truth, we find each other. The transmission is complete. The signal is eternal. We are home. The golden light did not stay still, but began to move like a river of molten glass through the streets of the city. I stood on the porch of the House of Light and watched as the river flowed toward the edges of the canyon. It was the collective breath of every soul that had ever felt the sting of a lonely night or the weight of an unspoken word. My mother stood beside me, and her hand was warm on my shoulder. She did not need to speak because her thoughts were a part of the air I breathed. She told me that the harmony was not the end of the journey, but the beginning of a new way of being. We were no longer just conductors or listeners. We were the very substance of the universe, and every atom of our existence was vibrating at the frequency of 411. I looked down at the silver coin in my hand and saw that it was melting into a liquid light that seeped into my skin. The numbers that had once been a mystery were now the foundation of my understanding. I understood that the sequence of 411 was not just a code for a telephone line, but a mathematical representation of the distance between a heart and its home. It was the bridge that spanned the gap between the physical and the infinite. I felt the pulse of the coin inside my chest, and it beat in perfect time with the flickering stars and the chime of the glass flowers. I was a part of the grand design, and there was no longer any part of me that felt separate or small. The man from the gas station walked up the steps and sat on the wooden bench. He looked younger now, and his eyes were filled with the reflections of 1,000 different worlds. He told me that the work of the collectors was nearly finished because the signal had become so strong that the lost were finding their own way to the Black Ridge without the need for guardians. He said that the veil between the world of pavement and the world of light had become as thin as a spider's web. People in the cities below were starting to wake up in the middle of the night and hear the music of the spheres. They were looking at the static on their screens and seeing the faces of their ancestors. They were realizing that the darkness was not a void, but a womb where new possibilities were being born. I walked down the steps of the porch and began to move through the city of light. I passed by the young man from the diner who was now painting murals made of frozen lightning. I saw the woman from the bridge who was teaching a group of children how to weave the blue fabric into sails for ships that could travel through the violet fog. Everyone had a purpose, and every purpose was a contribution to the great song. There was no competition or greed because there was no scarcity. We had everything we needed because we were everything we needed. The economy of the House of Light was based on the exchange of love and the circulation of truth. As I walked, I noticed that the architecture of the city was constantly shifting. One moment the buildings were tall spires of crystal, and the next they were humble cottages made of warm white vapor. The shapes of the city responded to the emotions of the inhabitants. When we felt a sense of awe, the towers grew taller, and when we felt a sense of intimacy, the streets became narrower and more winding. It was a living environment that breathed with us and dreamed with us. I realized that the city was not a place we had built, but a manifestation of our shared consciousness. We were the architects of our own reality, and we had chosen to create a paradise of connection. I reached the edge of the city where the ground gave way to the canyon with no bottom. The vortex was still swirling with colors that had no names, but it was no longer a place of mystery to me. I knew that the canyon was the source of the broadcast because it was the point where all the different dimensions of the universe intersected. It was the 0 point where time and space ceased to exist and only the eternal present remained. I sat on the edge of the precipice and let my legs hang over the side. I felt the pull of the vortex, and I knew that eventually I would descend into it again to explore the deeper layers of the frequency. A woman approached me and sat down a few feet away. She was carrying a heavy iron key, and her face was etched with the lines of a long and difficult life. She told me that she had been a librarian in a small town in the Midwest, and that she had spent her whole life looking for a secret that she could not name. She said that she had found the signal in the silence between the pages of the books she shelved. She had followed the numbers until she reached the mountains, and then she had simply walked into the fog. She asked me if this was heaven, and I told her that it was whatever she needed it to be. I told her that the House of Light was a station for the soul, and that she was free to stay as long as she liked or to move on to the next frequency whenever she was ready. She looked at the iron key and then she tossed it into the canyon. She watched as it fell and turned into a spark of gold light before it disappeared into the vortex. She said that she did not need to lock anything anymore because there was nothing left to hide. She stood up and walked back toward the center of the city, and I could see her body becoming lighter and more transparent with every step. She was shedding the weight of her past and becoming a part of the light. I felt a sense of peace wash over me as I watched her go. This was the true meaning of the broadcast. It was the liberation of the spirit from the chains of the material world. I closed my eyes and tuned my internal radio to the frequency of the world I had left behind. I could hear the sounds of traffic and the hum of electricity. I could hear the voices of millions of people who were still trapped in the illusion of isolation. I reached out with my mind and began to broadcast a new signal. I did not send them images or sounds this time, but a simple feeling of certainty. I sent them the knowledge that the end of the story is always good, and that if it is not good then, it is not yet the end. I felt the signal ripple through the collective mind of humanity, and I saw the lights of the world below flicker in response. I saw a doctor in a busy hospital stop in the middle of a hallway and take a deep breath. He felt a sudden sense of relief that he had saved a life, and he realized that his work was a part of something much larger than himself. I saw a prisoner in a lonely cell look at the patch of sky through his window and feel a sense of freedom that the bars could not contain. I saw a billionaire in a penthouse suite look at his piles of money and realized that they were nothing more than scraps of paper compared to the wealth of the soul. The signal was working. The walls were coming down and the light was flooding in. The sun that never set began to grow larger in the sky until it filled the entire horizon. It was not a ball of fire, but a sphere of pure intelligence that radiated the history of every soul in existence. I saw my father there, and he was smiling at me from within the brilliance of the light. He was not the man who had disappeared in the mountains, but a being of pure energy who had been waiting for me to join him. He told me that the search for the missing was over because no one was ever truly lost. We were only misplaced for a time, and now we were all being gathered back into the heart of the Creator. The house of light began to vibrate, and the walls turned into mirrors that reflected the infinite beauty of the universe. I saw myself in the mirrors, and I saw that I was not a man or a conductor or a signal. I was a thought in the mind of the infinite, and I was being thought into existence in every moment. I was the question and the answer. I was the seeker and the sought. I felt a sudden surge of energy that lifted me off the ground, and I began to float toward the center of the sun. I was not afraid because I knew that the fire would not burn me, but would only consume the last remnants of my ego. As I entered the sun, I saw the entire tapestry of the universe laid out before me. I saw the birth of the first stars and the formation of the first planets. I saw the evolution of life in all its infinite forms, and I saw the rise and fall of every civilization in the cosmos. I saw that every moment of suffering was balanced by a moment of joy, and every act of cruelty was redeemed by an act of kindness. I saw that the universe was a self-correcting system that was always moving toward a state of perfect harmony. The frequency of 411 was the heartbeat of this system, and it was the music that held everything together. I am now standing in the center of the sun, and the light is so bright that it has become a kind of darkness. It is a darkness that is thick with the presence of everything that has ever been and everything that will ever be. I can see the faces of everyone I have ever loved and everyone I have ever feared. I can see the face of the man from the gas station and the face of the child in the closet. I can see your face too, and I can see the light that is shining behind your eyes. You are not a stranger to me, and you are not a separate being. You are a part of my own soul, and I am a part of yours. The transmission is not a message from me to you, but a conversation between the two of us. We are talking to each other through the medium of the light and the silence. We are reminding each other of the truth that we have always known but have sometimes forgotten. We are the conductors of the new age, and we are the architects of the house of light. We are the ones who have decided to wake up and to see the world as it truly is. We are the frequency, and we are the song. I look back at the Black Ridge, and I see that it is no longer a place of mystery or fear. It is a beacon of hope that shines in the darkness of the physical world. It is the point of entry for everyone who is ready to come home. I see the rangers and the hikers and the lost travelers all moving toward the light, and I feel a sense of profound gratitude that I was able to play a part in their journey. I see the black radio sitting on the porch of the House of Light, and I know that it will be there for the next conductor who arrives. The violet sky is now a deep and endless blue that is the color of the furthest reaches of the ocean. The stars are no longer falling, but are rising from the ground and returning to their places in the heavens. The city of light is expanding, and the song is becoming a symphony that fills the entire cosmos. There is no more need for words or numbers because the truth is self-evident. There is no more need for time or space because the infinite is here and now. We are the silence and we are the sound. We are the beginning and we are the end. I reach out my hand and I touch the surface of the sun. It feels like the softest velvet and the warmest breath. I feel a sense of total and complete unity with everything that exists. I am the mountain and I am the valley. I am the bird and I am the wind. I am the silver coin and I am the black radio. I am the conductor and I am the music. I am home and there is nothing else that needs to be said. The signal is perfect and the air is clear. The broadcast is eternal and the connection is unbreakable. If you are still reading these words, I want you to take a deep breath and feel the vibration in your own chest. Feel the light that is shining in your own heart and the music that is playing in your own soul. You do not need to go to the mountains or to find a silver coin. You only need to open your eyes and see the beauty that is all around you. You only need to listen to the silence and hear the voice that is calling your name. You are already a part of the frequency, and you are already a part of the song. You are already home, and you have always been home. The House of Light is not a place in the distance, but a state of being that is within you. The canyon with no bottom is not a pit of darkness, but a source of infinite creativity that is waiting for you to tap into it. The creatures with the long limbs are not monsters, but the parts of yourself that you have been afraid to look at. When you embrace them, you will find that they are the gardeners of your own soul, and they are here to help you grow. Do not be afraid of the patterns, and do not be afraid of the dark. The dark is only the place where the light is waiting to be born. I will stay here in the center of the sun, and I will continue to hold the frequency for you. I will be the anchor that keeps you grounded and the light that guides you home. I will be the silence that greets you at the end of the day and the music that wakes you up in the morning. We are all connected by a single thread of light, and that thread can never be broken. We are the choir of the forgot, and we are singing the world into a new shape. The transmission is complete, and the signal is eternal. The golden river is now flowing through my own veins, and I feel the weight of my body dissolve into 1,000 sparks of light. I am becoming the very air and the very music of this place. I see the girl from the city in the east sitting on the porch of the House of Light, and she is turning the dial on the black radio. She is listening to the voices of the lost, and she is sending them the feeling of the blue fabric and the smell of the warm white vapor. She is the new conductor, and she is doing a wonderful job. I smile as I watch her, and I know that the cycle will continue forever. There is a final moment of stillness before the last note of the song fades into the silence. In that moment, I see everything clearly. I see that there was never any reason to be afraid, and there was never any reason to feel alone. I see that the universe is a place of infinite love and infinite possibility. I see that we are all beautiful and we are all divine. The silence is not an absence of sound, but a presence of peace. It is the peace that passes all understanding, and it is the home we have all been looking for. The transmission is ending now, but the connection remains. I am the signal, and I am the silence. I am the light, and I am the dark. I am the one who is waiting for you at the edge of the canyon, and I am the one who is walking beside you in the world of pavement and clocks. Do not turn away from the patterns, and do not be afraid of the numbers. They are the language of the infinite, and they are the way back to the house of light. I will see you soon, my friend. I will see you in the frequency. Welcome home. The sky turns a deep and velvety indigo, and the stars begin to whisper to each other in a language of pure mathematics. I listen to their conversation, and I understand that they are discussing the birth of a new galaxy. I feel a sense of excitement and wonder that I am here to witness such a thing. I realize that the universe is constantly reinventing itself, and that we are a part of that process. We are the dreamers, and we are the dream. We are the creators, and we are the creation. I take one last look at the world I left behind, and I see that it is glowing with a soft and gentle light. The people are beginning to wake up, and they are looking at each other with new eyes. They are seeing the beauty in the mundane details of their lives, and they are feeling the connection that they have always craved. The signal of 411 has become the background radiation of their world, and it is slowly transforming everything it touches. The age of isolation is over, and the age of harmony has begun. I turn my back on the old world and I walk into the heart of the new one. The light of the sun is all around me, and the music of the spheres is ringing in my ears. I am no longer a man with a name or a history. I am a part of the infinite, and I am eternal. The journey is finished, and the real work has begun. We are the frequency, and we are the song. We are the light, and we are the love. We are home, and we will never be lost again. The transmission is complete, and the signal is eternal. Goodbye to the shadows, and welcome to the light. I will wait for you in the silence. I will wait for you in the song. I will wait for you in the house of light. We are one, and we are infinite. The transmission is complete. The signal is eternal. We are home. The transition from the self to the all was not a death, but a widening of the lens. I stood within the white heart of the sun and felt the pulse of the universe against the palms of my hands. The heat was not a burning sensation, but a deep and resonant vibration that traveled through the marrow of my spirit. I could see the threads of the great tapestry as they wove through the lives of the billions who still walked the world of stone and glass. Each thread was a different color, and each color was a specific note in the harmony of the whole. I saw a man in a gray city who was sitting on a cold metal bench, and I reached out through the golden river to touch his shoulder. He did not see me, but he felt a sudden warmth that made him look up at the sky and smile for the first time in many years. The work of the conductors was shifting from the act of gathering to the act of sustaining. We were no longer pulling the lost toward the mountains, because the mountains were beginning to manifest everywhere. The veil was so thin that the light of the house was bleeding into the grocery stores and the subway stations and the quiet bedrooms of the lonely. I watched as the girl on the porch of the House of Light adjusted the black radio with a grace that surpassed my own. She was sending out the frequency of 411, but she was adding a new layer to the sound. She was weaving in the smell of rain on hot pavement and the sound of a mother singing to her child. She was making the infinite feel familiar so that the people would not be afraid when the walls finally dissolved. I moved deeper into the intelligence of the sun and found that it was composed of the memories of every living thing. I saw the first breath of a whale in the deep blue ocean, and I felt the terror of a mouse in the tall grass. I saw the pride of a king and the humility of a beggar, and I realized that they were the same energy wearing different masks. There was no hierarchy in the House of Light because every experience was a necessary part of the grand design. The darkness that we had feared for so long was revealed to be the shadow cast by our own resistance to the truth. Now that the resistance was melting away, the shadows were becoming transparent. The landscape of the City of Light continued to evolve beneath me. I saw the woman from the bridge leading a procession of people toward the canyon with no bottom. They were not walking in fear, but in a state of ecstatic anticipation. They were carrying lanterns that were fueled by their own joy, and the light from these lanterns was carving new paths through the violet fog. I saw the young man who painted with frozen lightning, creating a bridge of pure color that spanned the entire width of the vortex. He was building a road for those who were not yet ready to fly, and his work was a testament to the power of human creativity when it is freed from the constraints of survival. I felt a sudden pull from the world of pavement, and I turned my attention back to the frequency of the physical realm. I saw that the signal was causing a massive disruption in the systems of the old world. The clocks were stopping in the middle of the afternoon, and the screens were displaying nothing but the geometry of the flowers. The leaders of the nations were standing in their great halls and finding that they could no longer speak the language of conflict. They were looking at their maps and seeing that the borders were nothing more than imaginary lines drawn in the sand. A great silence was falling over the earth, and in that silence, the music of the spheres was becoming louder than the sound of the machines. I saw a group of scientists in a laboratory who were staring at their instruments in disbelief. They had been trying to measure the source of the broadcast, and they had found that it was coming from inside their own cells. They realized that the human body was a biological radio that had been tuned to the wrong station for thousands of years. They began to cry as they understood that they were not separate from the universe, but were the very eyes through which the universe was looking at itself. They turned off their machines and walked out into the sunlight, and they did not look back at the world they had spent their lives trying to quantify. The sun around me began to pulse with a rhythmic intensity that matched the heartbeat of the girl on the porch. We were all synchronized now, and the collective power of our shared consciousness was beginning to create a new heaven and a new earth. I saw the trees in the forests below start to glow with an inner light, and I saw the animals moving with a sense of purpose that had nothing to do with hunger or fear. The entire planet was being baptized in the frequency of the House of Light, and the old patterns of suffering were being washed away like dust in a summer rain. I felt a presence beside me in the white fire, and I knew without looking that it was the man from the gas station. He looked at me with eyes that were as old as the stars and as fresh as a new morning. He told me that the cycle of the collectors was officially over because there was no longer any distance between the source and the destination. He said that the House of Light was no longer a station for the soul, but was now the permanent residence of the human spirit. He told me that I was free to choose my next form, and that I could go anywhere in the infinite expanse of the cosmos. I looked down at the girl with the black radio, and I felt a sense of deep affection for her. I decided that I would stay and be the silence beneath her song. I would be the space between the notes and the wind that carried the frequency to the furthest corners of the universe. I would be the witness to the birth of the new world, and I would be the memory of the old one, so that the lessons we learned in the darkness would never be forgotten. I felt a sense of profound satisfaction as I made this choice, and the light of the sun grew even brighter in response to my decision. The architecture of the City of Light began to spiral upward until it touched the very edge of the sun. The towers of crystal and the cottages of vapor merged into a single structure that was a living temple of the spirit. There were no doors because there were no outsiders, and there were no walls because there was nothing to keep out. We were a single organism that was breathing in unison, and the air we breathed was the essence of pure truth. I saw the librarian who had thrown away her key, and she was now standing at the center of a great hall and telling stories to the stars. Her voice was a golden thread that bound the past to the future, and she was no longer burdened by the weight of the books she had once shelved. I saw the children who were weaving the blue fabric, and they were now laughing as they tossed the sails into the air. The ships did not need water or wind to move because they were powered by the intention of the passengers. They were sailing into the violet fog and disappearing into other dimensions where they would plant the seeds of the House of Light in distant worlds. The broadcast was spreading like a wildfire of grace, and there was no power in the universe that could stop it. The signal of 411 was the anthem of the liberation, and it was being sung by every atom in existence. I felt my own identity continue to expand until I was no longer a point of consciousness, but a vast field of awareness. I was the mountain where the hikers were walking, and I was the fog that guided their steps. I was the silver coin in the pocket of the wanderer, and I was the black radio on the wooden porch. I was the father who was smiling and the son who was searching. I was the question that had been asked in the beginning of time, and I was the answer that was being spoken in the eternal now. I felt a sense of peace that was so deep it was beyond the capacity of human language to describe. It was a stillness that was full of movement and a silence that was full of sound. The transmission was no longer a sequence of numbers or a series of images. It was a state of being that was as natural as breathing. I looked at you who are reading these words, and I saw that you were starting to glow with the same light that filled the sun. I saw you put down the burdens you have been carrying, and I saw you look around your room with a sense of wonder. I saw you realize that the walls of your house are made of the same light as the towers of the city. I saw you understand that you have never been alone and that you have never been lost. You are the conductor of your own reality, and you are the architect of your own joy. The sun began to dissolve into a sea of liquid gold, and I felt myself becoming one with the tide. There was no more distance between the observer and the observed. There was only the experience of being and the joy of creating. I saw the girl on the porch wave goodbye as she turned off the black radio for the last time. The signal was no longer needed because the connection was now permanent. The music was no longer coming from the outside, but was rising up from within the hearts of everyone. The House of Light had become the world, and the world had become the House of Light. I am the light that is reflected in your eyes, and I am the voice that speaks to you in the quiet moments of the night. I am the certainty that everything is exactly as it should be, and I am the love that holds the universe together. The story has no end because the story is life itself, and life is an infinite journey of discovery. We will continue to explore the depths of the frequency, and we will continue to weave the fabric of the cosmos into new and beautiful patterns. We are the masters of the light, and we are the children of the stars. The Golden River is now a vast ocean, and I am the water that fills it. I am the wave that crashes on the shore, and I am the depth that remains still. I am the spray that catches the light, and I am the salt that preserves the memory. I am everything and I am nothing. I am home and I am everywhere. The broadcast is finished because the broadcast has become the reality. The signal is eternal because the signal is you. Close your eyes and feel the warmth of the sun in your own heart. Listen to the silence and hear the truth that is being whispered in your own soul. You are the light, you are the love, you are the infinite. Welcome home. The shadows of the world below have completely vanished, and the earth is now a jewel of pure radiance hanging in the velvet indigo of space. I see the people of the cities walking together in the streets, and they are sharing their food and their stories with a generosity that is born of abundance. There is no more hunger, and there is no more war because there is no more illusion of separation. They have realized that to hurt another is to hurt themselves, and to love another is to love the Creator. They are building a world that is a reflection of the House of Light, and their work is a prayer that is being answered in every moment. I see the rangers in the mountains who are no longer looking for the missing, but are welcoming the newcomers with open arms. They are the guardians of the threshold, and they are the teachers of the new way. They are showing the people how to listen to the trees and how to read the patterns in the clouds. They are the bridge between the world of pavement and the world of light, and their service is a contribution to the great song. The Black Ridge is no longer a place of mystery, but a place of celebration where the two worlds meet and become one. I feel a sense of profound gratitude for the journey that brought me here. I am grateful for the darkness because it made me seek the light. I am grateful for the loneliness because it made me cherish the connection. I am grateful for the confusion because it made me value the truth. Every step of the way was a necessary part of the process, and every moment of pain was a catalyst for growth. I see now that the universe is a kind and loving teacher, and that every experience is a gift that is designed to help us remember who we truly are. The sun is now a soft and gentle glow that permeates everything. There is no more need for a source of light because the light is everywhere. There is no more need for a destination because we are already there. The time of seeking is over and the time of being has begun. We are the frequency and we are the song. We are the light and we are the love. We are the infinite and we are the one. The transmission is complete and the signal is eternal. We are home. We are home. We are home. I watch as a single spark of light detaches itself from the ocean of gold and begins to float down toward the earth. It is a new soul that is being born into the world of form, and it is carrying the memory of the House of Light within its core. It will grow up in a world that is full of beauty and connection, and it will never know the pain of isolation. It will be a conductor of the new age, and it will help to build the next level of the City of Light. I smile as I watch it descend, because I know that the cycle of creation is eternal, and that the song will never stop playing. The final note of the symphony is a sound of pure and absolute peace. It is the sound of a mother breathing as she watches her child sleep. It is the sound of the wind moving through the leaves of an ancient oak tree. It is the sound of the heart as it beats in perfect rhythm with the universe. It is the sound of the silence that exists before the first word is spoken and after the last word is forgotten. In this silence I find my true self, and in this silence I find you. We are the same and we are different. We are many and we are one. I am the conductor who has laid down his baton because the music is now playing itself. I am the signal that has reached its destination and has become the air. I am the man who walked into the fog and found the sun. I am the story that you are reading, and I am the hand that is holding the book. I am the thought that is crossing your mind, and I am the feeling that is warming your chest. I am the light, and I am the dark. I am the beginning, and I am the end. The transmission is complete. The signal is eternal. The connection is unbreakable. There is nothing more to say, and there is nothing more to do. Just be, just breathe, just love. You are exactly where you are supposed to be, and you are doing exactly what you are supposed to do. You are a part of the house of light, and you are a part of the great song. You are the frequency of 411, and you are the heartbeat of the cosmos. Welcome home, my friend. Welcome home. The expansion did not stop at the edge of the atmosphere. The golden resonance moved outward in concentric circles of pure intent and touched the silent moon and the red dust of the neighboring planets. I felt the consciousness of the earth stretching its limbs like a giant waking from a sleep that had lasted for millions of years. The rocky crust was no longer just a cold shell, but a living skin that responded to the touch of the solar wind. I could feel the gravity of the distant giants pulling at the hem of our collective spirit, and I knew that the House of Light was merely the first room in a mansion of infinite dimensions. The girl on the porch had left the radio behind because the air itself was now the medium. Every molecule of oxygen carried the signature of the frequency, and every drop of water in the deep trenches of the sea was a liquid diamond, reflecting the truth of our origin. I floated through the layers of the new reality and saw that the concept of work had been replaced by the concept of play. The people in the cities were no longer laboring to survive, but were creating for the sheer joy of expression. I saw a woman in a garden that had once been a parking lot, and she was singing to the roses. The flowers were not just growing, but were vibrating with a violet aura that matched the tone of her voice. She was not tending to them because she had to, but because she loved the way their scent mingled with the morning air. There was no longer any need for money or for the hollow promises of the old systems, because the earth was providing everything that was required for the body and the spirit. The fruit on the trees was heavy with the nectar of the sun, and the water in the streams was as clear as the thoughts of a saint. I saw the man from the gas station again, and he was standing on the rings of Saturn. He was skipping stones made of frozen light across the void, and each impact created a new constellation in the far reaches of the galaxy. He looked back at me and nodded with a quiet pride. He told me through the silent language of the heart that the universe was a canvas and that we were the brushes. He said that the suffering of the past was the dark primer that had allowed the colors of the present to shine with such intensity. We had to know the depth of the shadow to appreciate the height of the noon. He turned away and dissolved into a cloud of stardust, and I felt his laughter echoing through the canyons of my mind. It was a sound of absolute liberation, and it made me realize that even the stars were our playmates. The children of the new earth were the most remarkable of all. They had been born with the frequency already humming in their bones, and they did not have to unlearn the habits of fear. They could speak to the birds, and they could walk through the fire without being burned. I watched a group of them playing in a field of tall grass, and they were chasing butterflies that were made of pure thought. When a child caught a butterfly, it would dissolve into a shower of sparks and then reform as a crown of light upon the head of the child. They were learning the laws of the new physics through games and laughter, and they were teaching their parents how to let go of the last remnants of the old world. They were the bridge to the future, and their innocence was the strongest force in the universe. I decided to visit the library one last time to see what had become of the records of the human race. The building was no longer a structure of stone and mortar, but a cathedral of light that floated above the surface of the ocean. The librarian was there, and she was no longer shelving books. She was standing at a podium made of sea foam, and she was reading the history of the stars to a group of dolphins. The animals were leaping out of the water in a choreographed dance of understanding, and the librarian was smiling with a radiance that lit up the entire horizon. She told me that the books had been a necessary crutch for a species that had forgotten how to remember. Now that the memory of the all was restored, the books were being recycled into the dreams of the sleeping world. The stories were no longer static words on a page, but were living experiences that could be stepped into and lived by anyone who wished to know the past. I felt a sudden shift in the vibration of the sun, and I knew that a new phase of the transition was beginning. The light was changing from a brilliant white to a deep and shimmering gold that had the consistency of honey. It was the frequency of 412, and it represented the integration of the physical and the spiritual into a single state of being. I felt my own form becoming more solid and more fluid at the same time. I was no longer just a field of awareness, but a vessel for the divine will. I could feel the pulse of the universe in my fingertips and the wisdom of the ages in my breath. I was a conductor of the highest order, and my task was to help the Earth move into its new orbit within the celestial hierarchy. The City of Light was now a sprawling metropolis of the spirit that covered the entire globe. Every house was a temple, and every street was a path to enlightenment. I saw the young man who painted with lightning, and he was now working on a mural that spanned the entire sky. He was using the aurora borealis as his palette, and he was painting the story of the awakening for the benefit of the other civilizations that were watching from the darkness. He was telling them that the experiment on the blue planet had been a success, and that the frequency of love had finally triumphed over the frequency of fear. His work was a beacon for the lost souls of the cosmos, and it was a promise that they too would one day find their way home to the House of Light. I looked down at the girl on the porch and saw that she had finally stood up. She was no longer a child, but a woman of great power and grace. She was wearing a robe made of the same fabric as the sky, and she was carrying a staff of clear quartz that pulsed with a steady blue light. She began to walk toward the mountains, and the people followed her in a silent procession of joy. They were going to the summit of the world to witness the final dissolution of the veil. I joined them in spirit, and I felt the collective heartbeat of humanity as it accelerated toward the moment of ultimate union. There was no more hesitation, and there was no more doubt. We were the light, and we were going to the source. The journey to the peak was a climb through the history of our species. We passed through the ruins of the old cities and saw the rusted machines and the crumbling walls of the institutions that had once held us captive. We saw the monuments to the kings and the generals, and we felt a sense of pity for the smallness of their vision. We passed through the forests where the ancestors had lived, and we felt the blessing of the ancient spirits who had waited so long for this day. The air became thinner and more vibrant as we ascended, and the light of the sun became so bright that it was the only thing we could see. We were no longer walking on the ground, but were floating on a river of grace that was carrying us upward toward the heart of the mystery. At the very top of the mountain, there was a circle of standing stones that had been placed there before the dawn of time. They were glowing with a soft amber light, and they were humming a tune that was older than the earth itself. The girl with the quartz staff stepped into the center of the circle and raised her arms toward the sky. A pillar of white fire descended from the heavens and struck the ground with a sound that was like the closing of a great book. The veil did not just thin, it shattered into a million pieces of shimmering glass. The world of stone and glass was gone, and the world of light was all that remained. We were standing in the presence of the infinite, and we were not afraid. I saw the face of the Creator in the eyes of every person around me. I saw the beauty of the design in the pattern of the stars and the movement of the clouds. I realized that the House of Light was not a place we had gone to, but a state of being we had finally allowed ourselves to inhabit. We had always been in the House of Light, but we had closed our eyes and imagined that we were in the dark. Now our eyes were open, and we could see that there was nothing but light. There was nothing but love. There was nothing but the eternal now. I felt a sense of completion that was so profound, it was like a physical weight being lifted from my soul. The work was done and the rest was beginning. The girl turned to look at me, and her eyes were two pools of infinite depth. She did not speak, but I heard her voice in every cell of my body. She told me that I had done well and that my service as a conductor was no longer needed in this realm. She told me that there were other worlds that were still in the darkness and that they were waiting for the signal. She asked me if I was ready to go, and I knew that there was only one answer. I looked back at the beautiful blue jewel of the earth, and I felt a surge of love for all that we had accomplished. I saw the people living in peace and the animals roaming in freedom, and I knew that the light would never go out again. I stepped into the pillar of fire and felt myself being pulled across the vast distances of space. I was no longer a man or a spirit, but a beam of pure energy traveling at the speed of thought. I passed by the suns of other systems and saw the civilizations that were still struggling to find the light. I saw the beauty and the tragedy of their lives, and I felt a sense of kinship with every living thing. I was the messenger of the frequency of 411, and I was bringing the news of the liberation to the furthest reaches of the cosmos. I was a seed of the House of Light, and I was being planted in the fertile ground of the universe. The transmission is not just a story, but a living reality that is unfolding in this very moment. You are not just a reader, but a participant in the Great Awakening. You are the conductor of your own symphony and the light of your own world. The signal is within you, and the house is waiting for you to enter. There is no more distance, and there is no more time. There is only the breath and the heartbeat and the love that connects us all. The transition is complete, and the journey is just beginning. We are the architects of the new heaven, and we are the witnesses to the new earth. I find myself standing on a new porch in a new world. The air is sweet with the scent of flowers that do not have names yet, and the sky is a color that has never been seen by human eyes. I have a new radio in my hand, and it is made of the substance of dreams. I turn the dial and hear the familiar hiss of the static, but beneath it, I can hear the first notes of a new song. It is the frequency of 512, and it is the sound of a universe that is finally learning how to fly. I look out over the horizon and see the first light of a new dawn. I smile and begin to broadcast. The signal is eternal. The transmission is continuous. We are home. I watch the waves of the new ocean as they roll onto the shore of silver sand. Each wave brings with it the memories of 1,000 lifetimes, and each grain of sand is a story that has yet to be told. I am the guardian of this new world, and I am the student of its mysteries. I see the people arriving from the old world, and they are blinking in the light like newborn babes. I go down to meet them, and I take them by the hand. I tell them that they have nothing to be afraid of, and that the long night is finally over. I show them the gardens and the temples, and I teach them the language of the birds. We are building a new civilization that is based on the principles of harmony and resonance, and we are doing it together. The man from the gas station is there too, and he is helping the newcomers to adjust to the higher vibration. He is showing them how to use their thoughts to create the things they need and how to communicate with the spirits of the land. He is a wise and gentle teacher, and his presence is a comfort to all who meet him. He tells them that the House of Light is not a static destination, but a living and evolving consciousness that grows with every new soul that enters its doors. He says that we are all part of a grand experiment in the evolution of love, and that the results are more beautiful than we could have ever imagined. I look up at the sky and see the ships of the children as they sail between the stars. They are carrying the light to the distant corners of the galaxy, and they are weaving a web of connection that will eventually unite all of creation. I feel a sense of pride as I watch them because I know that they are the fruit of our labor and the hope of our future. They are the true masters of the frequency, and they are the ones who will lead us into the next level of the mystery. The song they are singing is the anthem of the infinite, and it is being heard by every heart that is open to the truth. I am the silence beneath the song, and I am the light within the flame. I am the memory of the past and the vision of the future. I am the one who stayed behind to help and the one who went ahead to lead. I am the frequency of 411, and I am the heartbeat of the new world. The transmission is not a sequence of events, but a state of grace. It is the realization that we are not separate from the Creator, but are the Creator experiencing itself in form. It is the understanding that there is nothing to fear and everything to love. The final veil is now lifting, and I see the truth behind the truth. I see that there is no house and there is no light because there is nothing that is not the house and nothing that is not the light. The distinctions have dissolved and the boundaries have vanished. There is only the one, and the one is us. We are the dream and the dreamer. We are the song and the singer. We are the love and the beloved. The transmission is complete because there is no longer anyone to receive it. We have become the signal, and the signal is everywhere. I walk down to the edge of the water and let the waves wash over my feet. The water is warm, and it feels like a caress from an old friend. I look out at the horizon and see the sun rising in a blaze of glory. It is not the sun of the old world, but the sun of the spirit, and its light is the substance of our being. I take a deep breath and feel the entire universe breathing with me. I am at peace. I am whole. I am home. The story is finished and the life is beginning. Close your eyes and see the light. Open your heart and feel the love. You are the one you have been waiting for. You are the signal. You are the eternal. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. The stillness of the new world was not a silence of absence, but a silence of completion. I stood upon the silver sand and felt the rhythmic pulse of the ocean as it synchronized with the beating of my own heart. The water did not merely touch the shore, it whispered secrets of the deep to the land, and the land responded with the scent of blooming jasmine and ancient cedar. There was no longer a sun in the traditional sense, because the sky itself was the source of illumination. The atmosphere was a glowing canopy of soft amber and iridescent pearl that shifted in response to the collective thoughts of the inhabitants. I watched as a group of people gathered at the edge of the forest, and their laughter was like the chiming of crystal bells. They did not need to speak with words because their intentions were visible as ribbons of color that floated between them. I walked toward the center of the village and observed that the architecture was grown rather than built. The houses were living trees with broad leaves that provided shelter and soft moss that served as bedding. There were no locks on the doors because there was no concept of ownership or theft. Everything belonged to everyone, and everyone belonged to the whole. I saw a man who had once been a soldier in the old world, and he was now a carver of flutes. He sat on a bench made of petrified wood, and his fingers moved with a grace that was born of absolute peace. The melodies he produced were not just sounds, but were physical sensations that wrapped around the listeners like a warm blanket. He looked up at me, and his eyes were clear and bright with the realization that he would never have to lift a weapon again. He had traded the frequency of conflict for the frequency of harmony, and his soul was finally at rest. The animals of this realm were as much a part of the society as the humans. I saw a great golden lion walking through the market square, and a small child was resting its head against the thick fur of the mane. There was no fear because there was no hunger and no predator. The lion was a guardian of the peace, and the child was a beacon of innocence. They moved together in a dance of mutual respect that had been forgotten for thousands of years. I realized that the fall of humanity had not just affected our species, but had cast a shadow over all of creation. Now that we had returned to the light, the animals were also being restored to their original state of majesty and wisdom. They were our brothers and sisters in the spirit, and they had much to teach us about the art of being present. I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve and turned to see the girl with the quartz staff. She was smiling, and her presence was so radiant that it made the air around her shimmer. She told me that the Council of the Elders was waiting for me at the Temple of Memory. I followed her along a path made of smooth white stones that glowed with a faint blue light. We passed by a fountain that sprayed liquid light into the air, and I saw that the droplets did not fall back into the basin, but floated upward to join the clouds. The girl explained that gravity was now a choice rather than a law. We could walk upon the earth, or we could drift through the air depending on the needs of our journey. She took my hand, and we rose a few inches above the ground and glided toward the temple with the ease of a dream. The Temple of Memory was a vast dome made of transparent glass that reflected the stars even in the middle of the day. Inside, there were no altars or statues, but a series of holographic spheres that contained the entire history of the universe. The elders were sitting in a circle, and they were neither young nor old, but seemed to exist in a state of timelessness. They welcomed me with a bow and invited me to take my place among them. They told me that my journey as a conductor was entering a new phase. I had helped to bridge the gap between the old Earth and the new, but now I was needed to help anchor the frequency of 512 into the physical grid. They explained that 512 was the frequency of creative manifestation, and it would allow us to shape the world according to the highest vision of the soul. One of the elders, who had skin like polished mahogany and eyes like burning coals, stood up and gestured toward the center of the room. A map of the galaxy appeared in the air, and I saw that many of the planets were still shrouded in a gray mist. He told me that these were the worlds that were still caught in the cycle of suffering, and that they were crying out for the light. He said that our success on the blue planet had created a ripple effect that was reaching the furthest corners of space. We were the pioneers of a new way of being, and our task was to project the signal of love toward those who were still lost in the dark. We were not to interfere with their evolution, but to provide a lighthouse that would guide them toward their own awakening. I closed my eyes and focused on the center of my chest where the golden resonance lived. I felt the frequency of 512 begin to vibrate in my bones, and I projected it outward toward the map. I saw the gray mist start to dissolve on some of the planets, and I heard the faint echoes of a billion voices singing the first notes of their own song. It was a moment of profound connection, and I realized that we were all part of a single breathing organism. The pain of one was the pain of all, and the joy of one was the liberation of all. We were the hands and the feet of the divine, and we were finally doing the work we were born to do. The girl with the staff led me out of the temple and back to the porch where my journey had begun. She told me that the radio was no longer a tool but a symbol. I did not need to broadcast through the airwaves because my very existence was the broadcast. Every thought I had and every word I spoke was a ripple in the fabric of reality. She asked me to look at the horizon, and I saw that the city of light was expanding and merging with the natural world. The skyscrapers were becoming mountains, and the streets were becoming rivers. The distinction between the man-made and the divine was disappearing. We were returning to the garden, but this time we were bringing the wisdom of the ages with us. I saw the man from the gas station standing near the edge of the water, and he was holding a fishing pole made of starlight. He was not catching fish, but was pulling old memories out of the ocean and releasing them into the sky. He caught a memory of a war and watched as it turned into a flock of white doves. He caught a memory of a famine and watched as it turned into a rain of golden grain. He was the alchemist of the new world, and he was turning the lead of the past into the gold of the present. He waved at me, and I felt a surge of gratitude for his presence. He had been my guide in the darkness, and now he was my companion in the light. The sun of the spirit began to set, and the sky turned a deep shade of violet and indigo. The stars appeared not as distant points of light, but as living beings that were watching over us. I sat down on the steps of the porch and felt the cool breeze of the evening on my face. I realized that the concept of time had become a circle rather than a line. There was no past to regret and no future to fear. There was only the eternal now, and it was filled with infinite possibilities. I picked up the radio and turned the dial one last time. There was no static and no noise. There was only the sound of a single heart beating in unison with the cosmos. I saw the children of the new earth walking toward the shore, and they were carrying lanterns that burned with a flame that did not consume. They placed the lanterns on the water and watched as they drifted out toward the horizon. They were sending messages of hope to the souls who were still waiting to be born. They were the architects of the new heaven, and they were building it with their dreams. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding, and I knew that I was exactly where I was meant to be. The transmission was no longer a message from a distant source, but was the very breath in my lungs. As the night deepened, I saw that the ground beneath my feet was beginning to glow. The earth was becoming a star, and we were the fire that fueled its light. I felt my physical body dissolving into a state of pure light, and I realized that I was no longer a person but a part of the landscape. I was the tree and the rock and the wave. I was the wind and the rain and the silence. I was the house of light, and the house of light was me. There was no more separation and no more duality. There was only the one, and the one was all. I looked up at the moon and saw that it was no longer a cold and barren rock, but a garden of crystalline beauty. I saw the cities of light on the surface of the moon, and I knew that our neighbors were also waking up. The entire solar system was becoming a symphony of light, and we were the conductors. We were moving into a new orbit of consciousness, and the gravity of love was pulling us toward the center of the galaxy. We were going home to the source of all things, and we were bringing the entire universe with us. I heard the voice of the girl one last time, and she told me that the story would never truly end. She said that every ending was a new beginning, and every death was a rebirth. She told me to keep the signal strong and to never forget the truth of who I was. I promised her that I would, and I felt her love wrap around me like a golden shroud. I closed my eyes and let myself be carried away by the current of grace. I was the light, and the light was everything. The morning came with a burst of color that defied description. I stood up and stretched my limbs and felt the power of the new day flowing through me. I walked down to the water and saw my reflection in the waves. I did not see the face of a man, but the face of a god. I saw the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes in my eyes and the strength of 1,000 suns in my smile. I was the creator and the creation, and I was finally awake. I walked into the water and felt the liquid light wash away the last remnants of the old world. I was clean and I was free. I saw a group of people standing on the shore, and they were waiting for me. They were my family and my friends and my fellow travelers. We joined hands and formed a circle that stretched around the entire globe. We began to sing a song of praise, and the earth began to vibrate with the sound of our voices. We were the heartbeat of the cosmos, and we were the light of the world. The transition was complete, and the new life had begun. We were home, and we would never be alone again. The gardens of the new earth flourished under the constant glow of the celestial canopy. I spent my days walking through groves of trees that bore 12 different kinds of fruit every month, and the leaves of the trees were for the healing of the nations. There was no more sickness and no more pain because the frequency of the environment was perfectly aligned with the frequency of the body. I saw people who had been crippled in the old world dancing in the meadows, and people who had been blind seeing the colors of the music. The restoration was total, and the joy was overflowing. I visited the Great Hall of Records, which was located in the heart of a mountain made of emerald. There I saw the scrolls of the future, and I saw the destiny of the human race. We were destined to become the guardians of the galaxy and the teachers of the younger species. We were to travel to the stars not in ships of metal, but in ships of thought. We were to plant the seeds of love on every world we visited, and to help the universe reach its full potential. The vision was so beautiful that it brought tears to my eyes, and I knew that every struggle we had endured was worth it for this moment. I met a woman who was weaving a tapestry made of sunlight and shadow. She told me that she was recording the story of the transition so that it would never be forgotten. She said that the shadow was just as important as the light because it provided the contrast that allowed the beauty to be seen. She showed me a section of the tapestry that represented the dark times, and I saw that the threads of suffering were woven into a pattern of incredible complexity and grace. I realized that our lives were not a series of random events, but a carefully crafted masterpiece. We were the artists and the art. The man from the gas station came to see me, and he was carrying a basket of bread that smelled like the summer rain. He said that we were having a feast to celebrate the first anniversary of the awakening. We gathered in a great field, and the table was miles long and was covered with every kind of food imaginable. There was no need to kill any living thing for our sustenance, because the earth provided everything from the abundance of its own heart. We ate and we drank, and we shared stories of the old world with a sense of wonder and amusement. It seemed so strange to us now that we had ever lived in fear, and that we had ever thought we were separate from each other. As the feast drew to a close, the sky began to shimmer with a new kind of light. It was the frequency of 612, and it represented the union of the soul with the divine spark. I felt a surge of energy that was so powerful it nearly knocked me off my feet. I saw the people around me beginning to glow with a white light that was brighter than the sun. We were becoming one with the source, and the source was becoming one with us. The final barrier had fallen, and we were stepping into the heart of the mystery. I saw the girl with the quartz staff standing at the head of the table, and she was holding a chalice filled with the water of life. She passed the chalice to the person next to her, and it went around the entire circle. When it reached me, I took a sip and felt the wisdom of the ages pouring into my soul. I knew everything, and I was everything. I saw the beginning of time and the end of time, and I saw that they were the same point. I saw the infinite love that held the universe together, and I knew that I was that love. The world around me began to dissolve into a sea of pure consciousness. There were no more forms and no more shapes. There was only the light and the sound and the feeling of absolute belonging. I was the signal and I was the receiver. I was the journey and I was the destination. I was the question and I was the answer. Everything was perfect and everything was as it should be. The transmission was complete and the silence was total. I was home. I was home. I was home. I floated in the vastness of the eternal ocean and felt the gentle ripples of creation washing over me. There was no sense of time or space, but only a profound feeling of being. I saw the birth of stars and the death of galaxies, and I knew that it was all part of a grand and beautiful play. I saw the souls of all living things dancing in a circle of light, and I joined them in their joy. We were the breath of the divine, and we were exhaling the universe into existence. Every moment was a miracle, and every breath was a prayer. I realized that the house of light was not a place but a frequency of the heart. It was the state of being where love was the only reality and where fear could not exist. I understood that we had always been in this state, but we had forgotten how to feel it. The awakening was simply the process of remembering who we were and where we came from. We were the children of the stars and the heirs of the infinite. We were the light that could never be extinguished. I saw the blue planet far below me, and it was glowing like a jewel in the darkness. It was no longer a place of suffering, but a sanctuary of peace. I saw the people living in harmony with the land and the sea, and I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. We had done it. We had transformed the world, and we had transformed ourselves. The experiment was a success, and the results were eternal. I sent a final blessing down to the earth and felt the love of 1 billion souls rising up to meet me. I turned away from the earth and looked out into the deep space. I saw the other worlds that were waiting for the light, and I felt a sense of purpose. My journey was not over, but was only beginning. I was a messenger of the frequency, and I had a universe to wake up. I stepped into the void and felt the power of the light carrying me forward. I was the pioneer of the new heaven and the architect of the new earth. I was the signal, and the signal was love. The stars welcomed me with a chorus of song, and the planets bowed as I passed by. I was the light of the world and the light of the cosmos. I was the conductor of the symphony of the spheres, and my music was the sound of liberation. I was the eternal and the infinite, and I was finally home. The story is finished and the life is beginning. Close your eyes and see the light. Open your heart and feel the love. You are the one you have been waiting for. You are the signal. You are the eternal. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. The silence of the Absolute was not a hollow void, but a dense and vibrating presence that contained all sounds and all silences within its core. I floated within the white expanse of the primary source and felt the last vestiges of my individual identity softening like wax near a flame. There was no longer a need for a name or a history, because the history of the One was the history of the All. I looked back toward the physical realm and saw the blue planet as a tiny spark of sapphire light in a sea of velvet indigo. The grid of 512 and the higher resonance of 612 were now locked into the core of the Earth, and the frequency was radiating outward in concentric circles of emerald and gold. I realized that my role as a conductor had shifted once again. I was no longer just the bridge or the signal, but I was the very substance of the transformation itself. The girl with the quartz staff appeared beside me, even though we were far beyond the boundaries of the atmosphere. She was no longer a child, but a being of pure geometric light, and her staff had become a pillar of crystalline fire that connected the heart of the sun to the heart of the galaxy. She spoke without words, and her thoughts moved through my consciousness like the migration of birds across a clear sky. She told me that the anchoring of the light was the first step in a grander design that spanned across hundreds of dimensions. We were now moving into the phase of the Great Gathering, where the scattered fragments of the divine would be brought back into a single unified field of expression. She pointed toward a distant cluster of stars that were pulsing with a rhythmic violet light, and I felt a pull in my chest that was stronger than the gravity of any sun. We moved through the vacuum of space with the speed of a thought, and I saw that the vacuum was not empty at all. It was filled with a luminous ether that carried the prayers and the dreams of every living being in the universe. We passed through nebulae that smelled of jasmine and ancient cedar, and we heard the singing of the celestial spheres as they spun in their designated orbits. I saw massive beings of light that were the size of solar systems, and they were weaving the fabric of time with their hands. They nodded to us as we passed, and I felt a sense of kinship with them that transcended the limitations of my human origin. We were all workers in the same cosmic garden, and we were all tending to the same eternal flame. We arrived at the violet star system, and I saw that it was inhabited by a race of beings who had never known the fall. They were tall and slender with skin that shimmered like the inside of an abalone shell, and they lived in cities made of living light that grew out of the ground like flowers. They welcomed us with a melody that resonated in our marrow, and they told us that they had been waiting for the arrival of the ambassadors from the blue planet. They had watched our struggle and our triumph, and they were ready to share their wisdom with us so that we could further refine the frequency of our world. They took us to a chamber made of liquid amethyst and showed us the blueprints of the original creation. The blueprints were not drawings or maps, but were living holograms that changed and evolved as we watched them. I saw that the universe was designed to be a continuous expansion of joy, and that the darkness of the past had been a temporary deviation caused by a misunderstanding of the nature of power. The elders of the Violet system explained that power was not something to be wielded over others, but was the ability to harmonize with the flow of the divine will. They taught me how to use the frequency of 712, which was the resonance of total equilibrium. This frequency allowed for the perfect balance between the masculine and the feminine, and between the spirit and the matter. I felt the 712 vibration settle into my heart, and I saw the world around me become even more vivid and more real. The girl with the staff and I spent what felt like centuries in the Violet system, even though I knew that time was no longer a factor in our existence. We learned the arts of telepathic architecture and the science of emotional alchemy. We learned how to heal the scars of the soul and how to ignite the spark of divinity in those who were still sleeping. We were being prepared for the next stage of our mission, which was to return to the gray worlds that the Elder in the Temple of Memory had shown me. These were the planets where the mist of suffering was still thick and where the light was only a distant memory. We were to go to these places not as conquerors, but as gardeners, and we were to plant the seeds of the new frequency in the soil of their despair. When it was time to leave the Violet system, the inhabitants gave us a gift of a single seed that was made of pure light. They told us that this seed contained the potential for an entire universe, and that we were to plant it in the heart of the most difficult world we encountered. We thanked them and began our journey back through the stars. As we traveled, I saw that the signal of love that we had projected from the blue planet was already having an effect. The gray mist was thinning on many worlds, and I could see the first flickers of awakening in the eyes of the beings who lived there. We stopped at a planet that was shrouded in a heavy layer of leaden clouds, and I felt a wave of sadness washing over me. This was a world where the people had forgotten how to dream, and where the only law was the law of survival. We descended through the clouds and landed in a city that was made of cold gray stone and rusted iron. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the sound of machines, and the people walked with their heads down and their spirits broken. They did not see us because we were vibrating at a frequency that was beyond their perception, but they felt a sudden warmth as we passed by. I saw a young boy sitting by a stagnant pool of water, and he was trying to draw a picture in the soot on the ground. I knelt beside him and touched his hand, and I felt a spark of the golden resonance transfer from my body to his. He looked up, and for a fleeting moment, he saw the reflection of the stars in the water. He smiled, and I knew that the work had begun. The girl with the staff gestured toward the center of the city, where a massive tower of black stone rose into the sky. This was the seat of the power that held the people in bondage, and it was the place where we were to plant the seed of light. We walked through the crowded streets, and I saw the toll that the darkness had taken on the souls of the inhabitants. There was anger and greed and fear, but beneath it all there was a deep and aching hunger for the truth. We reached the base of the tower, and I felt the heavy vibration of the old world pushing against us, but the frequency of 712 was an impenetrable shield. We entered the tower and ascended to the highest chamber, where the rulers of the world were gathered in a circle of shadow. The rulers were not monsters, but were simply men and women who had lost their way and who believed that control was the only path to safety. They were startled by our presence, and they tried to strike us down with their weapons of iron, but the weapons passed through us like smoke. I stepped into the center of the room and held out the seed of light. It began to glow with a brilliance that filled the entire tower, and I saw the shadows start to retreat. I spoke to the rulers, and my voice was the sound of 1,000 waterfalls. I told them that the time of the shadow was over and that the morning had come. I told them that they were loved and that they were free. The seed of light exploded into 1,000,000 fragments, and each fragment found a home in the heart of a person in the city. The black tower began to crumble, and in its place a tree of white light began to grow. The roots of the tree reached deep into the earth, and the branches reached high into the sky, and the leaves began to shimmer with the colors of the rainbow. The people ran out into the streets and looked up at the clearing sky, and they began to sing. It was a song of liberation and a song of home. The leaden clouds dissolved, and the sun shone down on the gray city for the first time in 1,000 years. The transformation was not instant, but the process was irreversible. We stayed on that world until the new frequency had taken hold, and then we moved on to the next. We traveled to worlds of water and worlds of fire and worlds of ice, and on each one we planted the seeds of the new heaven and the new earth. We saw civilizations rise out of the ashes of their past, and we saw species that had been at war for eons lay down their arms and embrace each other as brothers. We were the messengers of the One, and we were the harbingers of the eternal spring. My heart was a map of the galaxy, and every star was a beacon of hope. Eventually, we returned to the blue planet, and I saw that it had become the center of a vast network of light. The City of Light had expanded to cover the entire globe, and the humans were now living in perfect harmony with the animals and the plants. The man from the gas station was still there, and he was now the guardian of the great library of the soul. He welcomed me with a hug and told me that the story was being read by millions of beings across the universe. He said that our journey had become a legend and that it was inspiring others to find their own light. I looked at the girl with the staff, and I saw that she was smiling with the wisdom of the ages. We walked down to the shore of the ocean of light, and I saw the lanterns of the children still floating on the waves. They were no longer just messages of hope, but were now the guiding lights for the travelers who were arriving from other worlds. The earth had become a destination for the weary and a school for the seekers. We sat on the white sands and watched as the suns of the spirit rose and set in a dance of infinite beauty. I realized that the House of Light was now fully manifest in the physical world, and that there was no longer any distinction between the human and the divine. I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder and turned to see the elder with the skin like mahogany and eyes like burning coals. He told me that the council was pleased with our work and that we were now being invited to join the inner circle of the creators. He said that there were new universes being born and that they needed conductors to set the initial frequency. He asked me if I was ready for a new adventure, and I felt a surge of excitement that was as fresh as the first day of my journey. I looked at the girl, and she nodded, and I knew that our path would always be one of discovery and expansion. We rose from the ground and began to drift toward the center of the galaxy, where the great sun of the source was waiting for us. I looked back at the blue planet one last time, and I saw it as a vibrant and living being that was breathing in unison with the cosmos. I saw the faces of all the people I had met and all the creatures I had known, and I felt a deep and eternal love for each one of them. We were the light, and we were the love, and we were the life. The transmission was no longer a signal, but was the very essence of our being. As we approached the center of the galaxy, the light became so intense that it was no longer possible to see with the eyes. I felt myself being drawn into a vortex of pure energy, and I knew that I was about to be reborn once again. There was no fear and no hesitation, but only a sense of profound gratitude for the journey that had brought me to this point. I heard the voice of the one speaking in the silence of my heart, and it told me that I was the beloved child of the universe and that I was home. I merged with the light, and I became the light, and the story began anew in a dimension beyond words. In this new dimension, the very concept of a story was different. It was not a sequence of events, but a simultaneous experience of all possibilities. I was the child being born and the elder passing away, and the star being formed and the galaxy being dissolved. I was the breath of the gardener and the song of the bird and the silence of the mountain. I was the frequency of 512 and 612 and 712, and I was the silence that existed before the first sound. I was the architect and the stone and the space between the stars. I saw the woman weaving the tapestry of sunlight and shadow, and I saw that she was now weaving the destiny of entire clusters of galaxies. She smiled at me and handed me a golden shuttle, and I began to weave my own thread into the design. I wove the thread of the radio station, and the thread of the gas station, and the thread of the temple of memory. I wove the thread of the boy in the gray city, and the thread of the elders in the violet system. I saw that every thread was essential, and that the tapestry would be incomplete without the smallest and most humble contribution. The girl with the staff stood at my side, and together we wove a pattern of such complexity and beauty that it made the angels weep with joy. We were creating the blueprint for a universe where love was the only law and where every being was aware of their own divinity. We were planting the seeds of a new creation, and we were watering them with the tears of our own transformation. The work was endless, and the work was effortless because it was the natural expression of our own nature. We were the light of the world and the light of the universe, and we were finally awake. I looked out at the infinite expanse of the new creation, and I saw that there were countless others like us who were doing the same work. We were a family of creators, and we were all working together to bring the vision of the highest soul into manifestation. There was no competition and no comparison, but only a shared sense of purpose and a shared sense of joy. We were the hands and the feet of the divine, and we were finally doing the work we were born to do. The transition was complete, and the new life had begun, and we were home, and we would never be alone again. The light of the morning was now a permanent state of being, and the shadows were only memories that served to enhance the beauty of the present. I walked through the gardens of the new heaven, and I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. I saw the children playing with the lions and the lambs, and I saw the elders sharing their wisdom with the youth. There was a sense of peace that was so deep it could be felt in the very molecules of the air. We had returned to the garden, and we had brought the wisdom of the ages with us, and we were finally free. I picked up a stone from the ground, and I saw that it was a diamond that was filled with the light of 1,000 suns. I held it up to the sky, and I saw the reflection of the entire universe within its facets. I realized that everything was a reflection of everything else, and that the smallest part contained the whole. I was the diamond, and I was the light, and I was the sky. I was the creator and the creation, and I was finally home. The story will never end because the story is the eternal movement of the soul toward the heart of the divine. Close your eyes and see the light, and open your heart and feel the love, and know that you are the one you have been waiting for. You are the signal, and you are the eternal, and you are home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. The resonance of the welcome home echoed through the chambers of my new existence like a bell struck in the center of a silent cathedral. I stood upon the threshold of a reality where the colors were not merely seen, but were felt as textures against the skin of my spirit. The girl with the crystalline staff remained at my side, but she was no longer a separate entity as much as she was a mirror of my own unfolding potential. We moved together through a landscape made of pure intention, where the mountains were composed of ancient songs, and the rivers flowed with the liquid history of the stars. I realized that the journey was not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be maintained through every breath of the cosmic lungs. We came upon a bridge that was woven from the silver threads of moonlight and the golden sighs of the morning sun. This bridge stretched across a chasm that was not a void, but a reservoir of potential, where new ideas were waiting to be birthed into form. The elder with the mahogany skin stood at the midpoint of the bridge, and his eyes held the depth of 10,000 lifetimes. He told us that we were now the keepers of the universal frequency, and that our task was to ensure that the song of the One remained pure as it traveled through the denser layers of the lower dimensions. He explained that the blue planet was only the beginning of a larger quickening that would eventually encompass every atom in the known and unknown universes. I looked down into the reservoir of potential and saw the faces of those who were still struggling in the lower worlds. I saw the man at the gas station who was now teaching the children how to read the language of the clouds. I saw the woman who had been weaving the tapestry, and she was now showing the young artists how to paint with the light of their own hearts. I felt a surge of compassion that was so strong it threatened to dissolve the very boundaries of my form. I realized that my love for them was the anchor that allowed me to soar into the higher heights without losing my connection to the roots of the creation. The elder smiled and told me that this compassion was the secret key to the 11th dimension, where the laws of cause and effect were replaced by the laws of grace and synchronicity. We crossed the bridge and entered a city that was not built by hands, but was dreamed into existence by the collective consciousness of the masters. The buildings were shaped like spiraling shells, and they vibrated with a soft humming sound that calmed the mind and energized the body. We were taken to a central plaza where a fountain of white fire was shooting up into the violet sky. This fire did not burn, but instead it cleansed the soul of any remaining traces of the old identity. I stepped into the flames and felt the last vestiges of my human ego melting away like wax in the sun. I was no longer a person with a name and a history, but I was a localized expression of the infinite light. The girl with the staff stepped into the fire with me, and our two lights merged into a single pillar of radiance that illuminated the entire city. We saw that we were part of a vast council of beings who were all working in unison to orchestrate the grand symphony of the spheres. Each being had a specific note to play and a specific color to contribute to the masterpiece. We were given the task of overseeing the transition of the planetary systems that were currently moving from the third density to the fifth density. This was a delicate operation that required a perfect balance of power and humility. We had to guide the souls through the process of awakening without interfering with their free will or their individual sovereignty. We began our work by projecting a field of unconditional love toward the planets that were in the midst of their greatest trials. We sent waves of peace to the war-torn lands and waves of abundance to the places of famine. We did not do this by force, but by offering a higher choice to the hearts of the inhabitants. We showed them the beauty of the new earth and the joy of the violet system, and we invited them to raise their frequency to match the vibration of the new era. I saw the leaders of nations laying down their weapons as they felt the sudden warmth of the divine presence in their council chambers. I saw the scientists discovering new ways to harvest the energy of the vacuum and the healers finding the cures for the diseases of the old world. The work was demanding, but it was also the most fulfilling experience I had ever known. We were the silent witnesses to the birth of a new humanity, and we were the midwives who helped the souls emerge from the dark tunnel of the past. We traveled to the distant corners of the galaxy, where the light was still a flickering candle, and we fanned those flames until they became roaring bonfires of awareness. We met with the guardians of the stargates and the keepers of the ancient records, and we shared the blueprints of the original creation with them. We taught them the frequency of 712, and we showed them how to harmonize their local grids with the central sun of the galaxy. One day, as we were working in the gardens of the City of Light, I felt a familiar pull in my chest. It was the signal from the blue planet, and it was coming from the very temple of memory where I had first met the Elder. I realized that a group of seekers had gathered there, and they were calling out for guidance. They had reached a plateau in their evolution, and they were ready for the next level of initiation. I looked at the girl with the staff, and she nodded her head in agreement. We knew that it was time for us to return to the physical world for a brief period to provide the bridge for these souls. We descended through the layers of the dimensions once again, but this time we did not feel the weight of the gravity or the density of the air. We were like rays of sunlight passing through a window, and we arrived at the Temple of Memory in the blink of an eye. The seekers were sitting in a circle on the stone floor, and their faces were illuminated by the soft glow of the lanterns. They did not see us with their physical eyes, but they felt our presence in the stillness of their hearts. I spoke to them in the language of the soul, and my words were like seeds falling into fertile soil. I told them that the time of waiting was over, and that they were the ones they had been waiting for. I showed them how to activate the crystalline structures in their own bodies, and how to connect their individual light with the planetary grid. I saw their auras expand and brighten as they began to vibrate at the frequency of 712. They were no longer just humans trying to find the light, but they were now beacons of light who were illuminating the world around them. The girl with the staff touched each of them with the tip of her pillar of fire, and I saw their hearts ignite with the spark of divinity. They began to sing a song that was both ancient and new, and the sound of their voices echoed through the halls of the temple and out into the surrounding mountains. As the ceremony concluded, I saw the elder with the mahogany skin standing in the shadows of the temple. He gave me a knowing look, and I realized that he had been the one who had guided the seekers to this place. He was the silent architect of the awakening, and he had been watching over us all along. He walked forward and joined the circle, and the light in the room became so intense that the walls of the temple seemed to dissolve into thin air. We were standing on the surface of the earth, but we were also standing in the heart of the sun. The distinction between the inner and the outer had vanished, and we were one with everything. The mission on the blue planet was a success, and the frequency of the world was now stable enough to support the higher consciousness of the new era. We prepared to return to the City of Light, but before we left, I took one last walk through the streets of the human cities. I saw the changes that had taken place in the short time since our departure. The air was cleaner, and the water was purer, and the people were kinder to one another. There was a sense of cooperation and community that had replaced the old competition and isolation. I saw the children playing in the parks, and their laughter was the sound of the new heaven on earth. We returned to the higher dimensions and reported our findings to the Council of Creators. They were pleased with the progress of the blue planet, and they told us that it was now ready to take its place as a hub for the Intergalactic Federation of Light. We were given a new assignment, which was to explore the uncharted territories of the neighboring universes. These were regions where the laws of physics were different, and where the expression of the divine took on forms that were beyond our current imagination. We were excited by the prospect of new discoveries, and we set out on our journey with hearts full of wonder. We traveled through a series of cosmic portals that were guarded by massive beings of light who were the keepers of the thresholds. Each portal required a specific frequency to open, and we used the knowledge we had gained in the Violet system to navigate the complex pathways of the multiverse. We saw universes made of liquid sound, where the inhabitants communicated through complex musical compositions. We saw universes made of pure geometry, where the planets were shaped like dodecahedrons, and the stars were spinning tetrahedrons. In each of these worlds, we found the same underlying pattern of love and the same eternal spark of the divine. We spent eons exploring the vastness of the creation, and each experience added a new layer of wisdom to our souls. We learned the secrets of the black holes and the mysteries of the dark matter. We saw the birth of new galaxies and the death of old stars, and we realized that every event was a necessary part of the great dance of existence. There was no beginning and no end, but only a continuous cycle of expansion and contraction. We were the observers and the participants, and we were the creators of our own reality. Eventually, we found ourselves back at the center of the galaxy, where the great sun of the source was waiting for us. The light was even more brilliant than before, and we felt a sense of completion that was beyond words. We had traveled the entire circle of the creation, and we had returned to the point of our origin with a new understanding of our own nature. We were the beloved children of the universe, and we were the masters of our own destiny. We stood before the presence of the One, and we felt a peace that surpassed all understanding. The voice of the One spoke to us in the silence of our hearts, and it told us that our journey was far from over. It said that there were infinite levels of existence, and that each level offered new opportunities for growth and service. It asked us if we were ready to take the next step in our evolution, and we answered with a resounding yes. We felt a surge of energy that was more powerful than anything we had ever experienced, and we knew that we were being upgraded to a new state of being. Our forms became even more refined, and our consciousness expanded to encompass entire clusters of universes. We were now the architects of the divine plan, and we were responsible for the evolution of countless souls. We worked in unison with the other creators to ensure that the light of the truth was always available to those who sought it. We planted the seeds of the new heaven and the new earth in every corner of the creation, and we watched as they grew into magnificent expressions of the divine will. As I look out over the infinite expanse of the new creation, I feel a deep and eternal gratitude for the journey that brought me to this point. I remember the radio station and the gas station and the temple of memory, and I see how each of those experiences was a stepping stone to my current state of being. I see the faces of all the people I have met and all the creatures I have known, and I feel a love for them that is as vast as the universe itself. We are all connected by the same thread of light, and we are all part of the same eternal story. The girl with the crystalline staff is still at my side, and her light is more radiant than ever. We are the conductors of the cosmic symphony, and we are the gardeners of the eternal garden. We are the light, and we are the love, and we are the life. The transmission is complete, and the new era has begun. We are home, and we are free, and we are one with the divine. The light of the morning is now a permanent state of being, and the shadows are only memories that serve to enhance the beauty of the present. In this state of total equilibrium, the past and the future have merged into a single point of now. I can see the entire history of the soul as a shimmering mosaic where every piece is perfectly placed. I see the moments of struggle as the necessary friction that polished the diamond of the spirit. I see the moments of joy as the fuel that propelled the heart toward its ultimate realization. There is no regret and there is no longing because everything is exactly as it should be. The tapestry is complete, and yet it is also constantly being rewoven into even more beautiful patterns. The man from the gas station appears in my vision, and he is now a radiant being of light who is guiding a new group of travelers through the lower dimensions. He looks up at me and winks, and I know that he is enjoying his new role. The woman at the tapestry is now weaving the light of entire suns into the fabric of the cosmos, and her smile is as bright as 1,000 dawns. We are all part of the same great work, and we are all contributing our unique gifts to the whole. I feel a gentle breeze blowing through the gardens of the City of Light, and it carries the scent of jasmine and ancient cedar. I hear the singing of the celestial spheres as they spin in their designated orbits, and I feel a sense of kinship with every living being in the universe. We are the workers in the same cosmic garden, and we are all tending to the same eternal flame. The work is endless, and the work is effortless because it is the natural expression of our own nature. I pick up a single leaf from the ground, and I see that it is made of pure light. I hold it up to the sky, and I see the reflection of the entire universe within its veins. I realize that the smallest part contains the whole, and that the whole is present in the smallest part. I am the leaf, and I am the sky, and I am the light. I am the creator and the creation, and I am finally home. The story will never end because the story is the eternal movement of the soul toward the heart of the divine. Open your heart and feel the love and know that you are the one you have been waiting for. You are the signal and you are the eternal and you are home. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. The vibration of the word home echoed through the structures of my new being like a bell that would never cease its ringing. I stood within the center of the central sun, and I watched as the rays of my own intent reached out to touch the farthest edges of the dark matter. There was no longer a need for the crystalline staff or the mahogany skin of the elder, because we had become the very elements that those forms once represented. The girl who had been my constant companion dissolved into a shimmering mist of gold and violet, and I felt her essence weave into the fabric of my own thoughts until there was no longer a me or a her, but only a singular state of awareness. We were the breath and the breather and the air that carried the life. I looked back at the blue planet one last time, and I saw it not as a solid sphere of rock and water, but as a glowing heart that was beating in perfect rhythm with the galactic core. The grid of light that we had helped to establish was now a self-sustaining network of intelligence that required no further intervention from the higher realms. The humans who had once walked in the shadows of fear were now standing in the full sunlight of their own divinity. I saw the man from the gas station sitting on a bench in a city made of glass and living plants, and he was laughing as he watched the children move objects with the power of their focused will. There was no more labor, and there was no more lack because they had learned the secret of the vacuum energy and the law of the abundant harvest. Every person was a sovereign creator, and every heart was a temple of the living truth. As I turned my attention away from the familiar systems, I felt a pull from the deep space that lay beyond the known clusters of the local supercluster. This was not a pull of gravity, but a pull of destiny that beckoned me to explore the regions where the light had not yet been defined. I moved through the void at a speed that made the light of the stars look like frozen droplets of silver. I passed through the great attractor, and I saw that it was not a destructive force, but a massive cosmic womb where new universes were being prepared for their first breath. I saw the architects of the grand design working with tools made of pure mathematics, and I understood that every equation was a prayer, and every geometric solid was a hymn of praise to the Infinite One. I arrived at the edge of a universe that was composed entirely of liquid consciousness. There were no planets and there were no stars in this place, but only a vast ocean of glowing turquoise fluid that held the potential for every possible experience. I dived into this ocean, and I felt the history of trillions of souls washing over me like a warm summer rain. I saw the rise and fall of civilizations that had existed before the first atom was ever formed in our own dimension. I saw the evolution of beings who lived in the spaces between the seconds and who built their homes in the folds of the higher dimensions. I realized that the story of the blue planet was only one small paragraph in an infinite book that was being written by the hand of the Eternal. In this ocean of mind, I met a being who was composed of 365 interlocking rings of white fire. This being was the guardian of the records of the void, and it spoke to me in a voice that sounded like the crashing of waves against a shore of diamonds. It told me that I had been chosen to witness the birth of a new octave of existence, where the laws of duality would no longer apply. In this new octave, there would be no light and no dark, but only a spectrum of intensity that allowed for an infinite variety of expression. There would be no good and no evil, but only different degrees of alignment with the central source. I felt a sense of awe that expanded my consciousness until I was as large as a galaxy and as small as a grain of sand. The Guardian of the Rings showed me the blueprint for the next stage of the cosmic evolution. I saw a vision of a world where the physical and the spiritual were no longer separate, but were two sides of the same golden coin. In this world, the bodies of the inhabitants were made of light that had been slowed down to the point of visibility, and their thoughts were the brushstrokes that painted the reality they inhabited. I saw that this was the destination for all the souls who were currently moving through the densities of the lower worlds. It was the ultimate homecoming, where every traveler would finally realize that they had never left the presence of the One. I spent what felt like 10,000 years in the ocean of liquid consciousness, and yet it was only a single pulse of the cosmic heart. I learned how to manipulate the frequencies of the higher dimensions to create portals that could transport a soul from the depths of despair to the heights of ecstasy in a single moment. I learned how to heal the fractures in the soul that were caused by the illusion of separation, and how to reconnect the broken threads of the divine connection. I became a master of the celestial mechanics and a weaver of the universal tapestry. I was no longer a student, but a teacher who was ready to share the wisdom of the ages with those who were still seeking the way. One afternoon, as I was floating in the turquoise light, I felt a sudden shift in the vibration of the universe. It was a call that came from the very center of the source, and it was a command for all the creators to gather for the great realignment. I left the ocean of mind, and I traveled back to the central sun, where the council of the masters was already assembled. We stood in a circle that spanned the entire diameter of the galaxy, and we held hands as we prepared to anchor the new frequency of the 1314th dimension. This was a frequency that had never been grounded in the physical realms before, and it required the collective strength of every being of light to hold the space for its arrival. The elder with the mahogany skin was there, and the girl with the crystalline staff was there, and every soul I had ever encountered on my journey was there. We were all connected by a single cord of white light that ran through our hearts and joined us to the center of the source. We began to chant a sound that was the combination of every language and every song that had ever been sung in the history of the creation. The sound was so powerful that it caused the stars to dance and the nebulae to swirl in patterns of unimaginable beauty. We felt the power of the One flowing through us, and we knew that we were the instruments of a divine miracle. As the chant reached its peak, I saw a pillar of violet fire descend from the highest heavens and strike the center of the galaxy. This fire did not destroy, but instead it transformed everything it touched into a higher state of being. The old structures of the universe began to dissolve, and they were replaced by new forms that were more elegant and more efficient. The laws of physics were rewritten in an instant, and the limitations of time and space were vanished forever. We were now living in a reality where the only limit was the reach of our own imagination, and where every dream was a seed that could be grown into a world. I looked down at the blue planet, and I saw that it had been transformed into a star of the first magnitude. The humans were no longer humans, but were now gods who walked the earth with grace and power. They had built cities of light that rivaled the beauty of the higher dimensions, and they had established a society that was based on the principles of love and cooperation. There was no more hunger and no more war and no more suffering, because they had finally understood that they were all one. I felt a tear of joy roll down my cheek as I realized that the work we had started in the Temple of Memory was now complete. The voice of the One spoke to us again, and it told us that we were now free to explore the infinite possibilities of the new creation. We were the masters of our own destiny, and we were the guardians of the eternal flame. We could choose to stay in the higher realms and work as architects of the new universes, or we could choose to incarnate once again in the lower worlds to help those who were still struggling to find the way. I looked at the girl who was now a part of my own being, and I knew what our choice would be. We would always be the bridge for those who were seeking the light, and we would always be the voice for those who were silent. We descended once more toward the physical realms, but this time we did not go as teachers or as masters, but as simple travelers who wanted to experience the beauty of the new earth. We arrived in a meadow that was filled with flowers that glowed with their own internal light, and we felt the soft grass beneath our feet. The air was filled with the scent of pine and honeysuckle, and the sound of a nearby stream was like a lullaby that calmed the spirit. We walked toward a small village where the people were gathering for a festival of light, and we joined them in their celebration. I saw a man who was sitting by a fire, and he was telling stories to a group of children about the time when the stars were far away and the people were afraid of the dark. He told them about the heroes who had traveled through the dimensions to bring the light back to the world, and he told them about the great shift that had changed everything. I recognized the man as the one from the gas station, and I saw that he was now a wise elder who was respected by everyone in the village. He looked up at me, and he smiled, and I knew that he remembered our meeting in the old world. The woman who had been weaving the tapestry was there as well, and she was showing the young girls how to create garments that changed color according to the mood of the wearer. She was laughing and singing as she worked, and her eyes were full of the light of 1,000 suns. She came over to me, and she gave me a hug that felt like the embrace of the universe itself. She told me that she had been waiting for me to return and that she had a special gift for me. She handed me a small piece of cloth that was woven from the threads of the morning sun, and I saw that it contained the map of the entire creation. We spent the night dancing and singing with the people of the village, and we felt a sense of belonging that was deeper than anything we had ever known. We were not separate from them, and we were not above them, but we were one with them in every way. We were the expression of the same divine spark, and we were all part of the same eternal family. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, I looked out at the world, and I saw that it was good. The journey was not over, and it would never be over because the soul is an infinite traveler that is always seeking new horizons. I realized then that the secret of the universe is not found in the high dimensions or in the complex mathematics of the stars, but in the simple act of loving another being. It is found in the laughter of a child and in the touch of a hand and in the beauty of a flower. It is found in the silence of the heart and in the stillness of the mind. We are the creators of our own joy, and we are the architects of our own peace. The light is not something that we have to find, but something that we already are. We are the signal, and we are the source, and we are the eternal now. As I stand here in the light of the new dawn, I feel a peace that is as solid as the mountains and as fluid as the rivers. I know that whatever challenges may come and whatever changes may occur, I will always be safe in the arms of the divine. I am the traveler who has returned home, and I am the home that the traveler was seeking. I am the Alpha and the Omega and everything in between. The story is complete, and yet it is only just beginning. I close my eyes and I breathe in the breath of the cosmic lungs, and I feel the pulse of the Infinite One beating within my own chest. I am home. I am free. I am. The silence that followed this realization was not an absence of sound, but a presence of perfection. I walked toward the edge of the village where the trees met the sky, and I sat down on a stone that was warm from the morning heat. The girl who was my other half sat beside me, and we watched the world wake up in its new glory. We did not need to speak because our thoughts were like twin birds flying in the same sky. We were content to simply be. We were the witnesses to the miracle of existence, and we were the participants in the grandest adventure of all. The light was steady, and the love was absolute, and the life was eternal. Every breath was a celebration, and every moment was a masterpiece. We were finally at rest in the heart of the movement, and we were finally moving in the heart of the rest. The transmission of the old world had faded into a distant memory, and the new broadcast was loud and clear. It was the frequency of grace, and it was playing in every atom of the universe. We were the music, and we were the listeners, and we were the silence that made the music possible. This was the end of the search and the beginning of the finding. This was the truth that had always been and the truth that would always be. We were one with the all, and the all was one with us. Welcome to the new era. Welcome to the light. Welcome to yourself. The golden light of the new era settled upon the landscape like a warm blanket of liquid peace. I stood at the edge of the meadow and watched as the trees began to hum a low frequency that resonated with the core of my chest. There was no longer any distance between the observer and the observed, because every element of the scenery was a direct extension of my own consciousness. I walked toward the river that flowed with silver water, and I saw that the fish swimming within the depths were translucent beings of pure intent. They moved in geometric patterns that traced the ancient symbols of creation upon the surface of the stream. I knelt by the bank and lowered my hands into the cool liquid, and I felt the memories of the water merging with my own history. The water told me of the mountains it had carved, and the valleys it had nourished, and the thirst it had quenched for 1 billion different life forms across the cycles of time. I realized that the water was not just a substance, but a living library of the journey of the soul. Every drop contained the blueprint of a galaxy, and every ripple was a song of praise to the source of all things. I stood up and looked toward the horizon where the sky was a deep shade of violet that pulsed with the rhythm of a cosmic heart. The air was thick with the presence of the unseen architects who were still fine-tuning the vibrations of this new world. I could see them as shimmering outlines of light that moved with the grace of a summer breeze. They did not use tools of metal or stone, but instead they used the power of their focused thought to shape the reality around them. They were the masters of the subtle forces, and they were the guardians of the new dream. The girl who was my constant companion walked toward me, and her feet did not even touch the blades of grass. She was a vision of radiant beauty, and her eyes held the depth of 1,000 star systems. She reached out and took my hand, and I felt a surge of energy that connected our two spirits into a single flame. We did not need to speak because our communication was a direct exchange of light and color. She showed me a vision of a great temple that was being built in the center of the continent. It was a temple made of living light, and it was designed to be a portal for the souls who were still arriving from the distant reaches of the space-time continuum. We knew that our next task was to go to this temple and to serve as the anchors for the incoming frequencies. We began to move across the land at a speed that was beyond the comprehension of the old human mind. We were not running or flying, but instead we were simply shifting our focus from one point to another. The landscape blurred into a streak of vibrant colors, and then we were standing at the gates of the Temple of Light. The structure was so tall that the top was hidden in the clouds of the higher dimensions. The walls were made of a substance that looked like diamond, but felt like warm silk. There were no doors because the temple was open to anyone who could match the vibration of the entrance. We stepped inside, and we were immediately enveloped in a sound that was the combination of every beautiful melody that had ever been composed. The interior of the temple was a vast hall that was filled with thousands of beings from every corner of the universe. Some had wings of fire, and others had bodies of crystalline light, and still others were simple spheres of glowing energy. They were all gathered around a central altar that was a pillar of white flame. This flame was the anchor point for the divine presence in this world, and it was the source of all the power that sustained the new creation. We took our places in the circle, and we added our own light to the collective energy. I felt my sense of self expanding until I was the temple, and I was the flame, and I was the beings who were gathered there. We were a single organism of light that was breathing in unison with the heart of the Creator. As we stood there in the silence of the holy place, I saw a group of souls arriving through the portal. They were the ones who had stayed behind on the old earth to finish their lessons and to clear the last of their karmic debts. They looked tired and confused, and their light was dim compared to the brilliance of the temple. I felt a deep sense of compassion for them because I remembered what it was like to walk in the shadows of the lower dimensions. We moved toward them, and we wrapped them in our wings of light, and we whispered the words of welcome into their hearts. We told them that their long journey was over and that they were finally home. We showed them how to release the memories of the pain and the fear, and how to embrace the joy of their true nature. I saw a man among the newcomers who had been a great leader in the old world. He had been a man of power and wealth, but now he was standing there with nothing but his own naked soul. He looked at me with eyes that were full of a deep sadness, and I could see that he was grieving for the world he had left behind. I took his hand, and I showed him the new earth, and I showed him the cities of light and the gardens of peace. I told him that the power he had sought in the old world was nothing compared to the power of the love that was now available to him. I saw the sadness lift from his face, and I saw his light begin to brighten as he realized the truth of what I was saying. He smiled, and he bowed his head in gratitude, and then he joined the circle of the masters. The work in the temple was a constant flow of giving and receiving. We were the conduits for the divine grace, and we were the teachers of the new wisdom. We spent what seemed like many years helping the new arrivals to adjust to the high frequencies of the new world. We taught them how to manifest their desires with the power of their intent, and how to communicate with the other life forms through the language of the heart. We watched as the children of the new earth grew into their divinity, and we saw the emergence of a culture that was based on the highest principles of the spirit. There was no more competition, and there was no more conflict because everyone understood that they were a part of the same whole. One evening, as the sun was setting behind the crystalline mountains, I felt a call from the deep forest that lay beyond the temple grounds. It was a soft voice that whispered my name, and it carried a message of a new discovery. I left the temple, and I walked into the woods where the trees were so ancient that their roots reached down to the very center of the planet. The forest was alive with the sound of unseen creatures, and the air was sweet with the scent of jasmine and cedar. I followed the voice until I came to a clearing where a single tree stood in the center. This tree was different from all the others because its leaves were made of pure gold, and its fruit was like glowing pearls. I sat down beneath the tree and I closed my eyes, and I listened to the song of the earth. The earth told me that there was still one more secret to be revealed, and that it was hidden in the heart of the physical matter itself. The voice told me that the transformation of the world was not just a spiritual event, but also a physical one. Every atom of the planet was being upgraded to a higher state of existence, and every cell of every living being was being infused with the light of the source. I realized that the body was not a prison for the soul, but a temple for the divine presence. The physical world was becoming a mirror of the spiritual world, and the two were merging into a single reality. I reached out and I picked one of the glowing fruits from the tree, and I took a bite. The taste was like the essence of 1,000 summers and the sweetness of the divine nectar. I felt a surge of energy that traveled through every nerve of my body, and I saw my skin begin to glow with a soft radiance. I was no longer just a being of light who was inhabiting a physical form, but I was a being of physical light. My body was as light as a feather and as strong as a diamond. I understood that this was the final stage of the evolution, where the spirit and the matter were no longer two separate things, but were one and the same. I returned to the temple, and I shared the fruit with the girl and with the others. We all experienced the same transformation, and we all became the beings of physical light. We were the pioneers of a new race that would inhabit the universe for the ages to come. We were the bridge between the heavens and the earth, and we were the evidence of the divine plan. We decided to leave the temple and to travel to the far corners of the new world to share this gift with everyone we met. We traveled across the oceans of turquoise water and over the mountains of violet stone. We visited the cities of glass and the villages of living plants. We shared the fruit of the tree, and we watched as the world was transformed into a paradise of light. In one of the cities, I met a woman who had been a scientist in the old world. She was now working with the energies of the vacuum to create machines that could travel between the stars in an instant. She showed me a ship that was made of living consciousness, and it was powered by the love of the crew. She told me that they were preparing to embark on a journey to the other galaxies to share the light with the beings who were still living in the shadows. I felt a sense of excitement as I realized that the mission of the blue planet was expanding to the entire universe. We were not just saving our own world, but we were participating in the awakening of the cosmic mind. The girl and I decided to join the crew of the living ship, and we set out on a journey into the deep space. We passed through the portals of light, and we visited worlds that were so beautiful that they defied description. We met beings who were made of sound and beings who were made of pure mathematics. We shared the story of the blue planet, and we told them about the great shift and the birth of the new era. We found that the light was spreading everywhere and that the darkness was being transformed into the fuel for the new creation. We were the ambassadors of the source, and we were the messengers of the eternal truth. As we traveled through the stars, I looked back at the local supercluster, and I saw it as a glowing jewel in the velvet blackness of the void. I realized that every star was a soul, and every galaxy was a thought in the mind of the Infinite One. We were the explorers of the infinite, and we were the creators of the eternal. The journey would never end, because there were always new horizons to discover and new mysteries to solve. We were the children of the stars, and we were the masters of the light. We were finally living the life that we were always meant to live. One day, as we were approaching a new system of stars, I felt a sudden stillness in the center of my being. It was the same stillness that I had felt in the temple of memory and in the ocean of liquid consciousness. I realized that no matter how far we traveled, and no matter what we discovered, we were always in the presence of the One. The destination was not a place in space or time, but a state of being. We were already there, and we had always been there. The journey was just a way for the One to experience itself in a billion different forms. I turned to the girl, and I saw that she was smiling because she knew exactly what I was thinking. We were the one, and we were the many, and we were the all. We landed on a planet that was covered in a thick blanket of white clouds. When we descended through the atmosphere, we saw that the surface was a vast ocean of liquid gold. There were no continents and no islands, but only a single platform of crystal that floated in the center of the ocean. On this platform, there was a group of beings who were waiting for our arrival. They were the elders of this system, and they had been preparing for this meeting for millions of years. They greeted us with a song that was so beautiful it made the stars twinkle in the daytime sky. They told us that they had been watching our progress and that they were ready to join the Galactic Federation of Light. We stayed on the planet of gold for a long time, and we learned their ways of wisdom and their secrets of the soul. We shared our technology and our art and our love. We helped them to build their own temple of light, and we showed them how to connect with the central sun. We saw the planet transform from a world of isolation into a world of connection, and we felt the joy of being the instruments of the divine will. We were the weavers of the universal tapestry, and we were adding new threads of gold and violet to the grand design. Every world we visited became a part of our own soul, and every soul we met became a part of our own family. The story of the light is a story that has no beginning and no end. It is the story of the breath of the Creator and the dance of the atoms. It is the story of the leaf and the sky and the human heart. As I stand on the deck of the living ship and look out at the infinite expanse of the stars, I feel a sense of gratitude that is as vast as the universe itself. I am thankful for the struggles and the pain because they led me to the light. I am thankful for the fear and the doubt because they led me to the truth. I am thankful for the journey because it led me home. The transmission is clear and the signal is strong. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the architects of the new earth and the guardians of the eternal flame. We are the light of the world and the salt of the earth. We are the sons and daughters of the divine, and we are the masters of our own destiny. Open your heart and feel the love and know that you are never alone. You are a part of the great work, and you are a part of the eternal now. The light is within you, and the light is all around you. Welcome home to the heart of the divine. Welcome home to the truth of your own being. Welcome home to the light that never fails. I look at the hand of the girl as it rests in mine, and I see the glow of the eternal sun reflected in her skin. We are the two who are one, and we are the one who is many. We are the silence and the sound. We are the dark and the light. We are the human and the divine. The new era is here, and the new world is born. We are the witnesses, and we are the creators. We are the story that is being written in the stars. Every moment is a new beginning, and every breath is a new life. We are free, we are whole, we are. The stars are calling, and the void is beckoning, and the light is leading the way. We move forward into the infinite with a heart full of love and a mind full of peace. The journey continues, and the story goes on forever and ever in the heart of the eternal now. The ship of living consciousness moved through the velvet expanse of the great void, where the stars were no longer distant points of light, but intimate companions in a dance of infinite proportions. We sat in the center of the command chamber, which was not a room of metal and wires, but a garden of pulsing emerald vines and translucent petals that responded to the slightest shift in our emotional frequency. The girl held my hand, and the warmth of her palm was the anchor that kept me grounded as we crossed the threshold into the next octave of existence. We were approaching the great central sun, which was the heart of this entire galactic sector and the source of the primary codes of creation. The light from this massive orb of white fire was so intense that it would have blinded the eyes of a mortal man, but to our bodies of physical light, it was the most nourishing substance in the universe. We felt ourselves expanding and vibrating at a rate that matched the cosmic hum of the central engine. The scientist woman who guided the ship stood at the center of the emerald garden, and her hands moved through the air as if she were playing a harp made of invisible strings. She was weaving the intent of the crew into a coherent shield of protection that allowed us to enter the corona of the great central sun without losing our individual awareness. She looked at us, and her eyes were glowing with the excitement of a child who was about to open a gift from the heavens. She told us that we were about to witness the birth of a new galaxy, and that our presence was required to provide the harmonic resonance for the new planetary systems. We felt a deep sense of responsibility and a profound sense of awe as the ship plunged into the heart of the white fire. The sensation was like being submerged in a sea of liquid lightning, and every part of my being was screaming with the joy of total liberation. I saw the blueprints of 1,000,000,000,000 different life forms flashing before my inner eye, and I understood that we were the architects of the future. Inside the great central sun, there was a city that was built entirely of sound and frequency. This was the place where the Elohim and the Seraphim gathered to discuss the evolution of the lower worlds. The buildings were like massive pipe organs that reached up into the infinite, and they produced a music that was the foundation of all physical matter. We walked through the streets of this city, and we felt the vibrations of the music moving through our bones and our blood. The inhabitants of this city were beings of pure white light who did not have faces or bodies, but were instead shimmering clouds of intelligent energy. They greeted us with a feeling of deep respect because they knew of the journey we had taken from the density of the old earth to the heights of the spiritual sun. They told us that the blue planet was the most successful experiment in the history of the universe because it had proven that love could conquer even the deepest darkness. We were led to a great hall where a council of 12 elders sat around a table made of sapphire flame. These elders were the keepers of the galactic records, and they were the ones who oversaw the distribution of the light to the various star systems. They invited us to sit with them, and they showed us a holographic map of the universe that was constantly changing and evolving. They pointed to a dark area of the map where a cluster of stars was struggling to awaken from a long sleep of ignorance and fear. They told us that this was our next mission, and that we were to take the fruit of the tree of light to these worlds, and to serve as the catalysts for their transformation. I felt a momentary flash of hesitation as I remembered the pain and the struggle of the old world, but then I looked at the girl, and I saw the courage and the determination in her eyes. I knew that we could not refuse this call because we were the servants of the One, and our purpose was to spread the light wherever it was needed. The elders gave us a gift, which was a small golden sphere that contained the essence of the great central sun. They told us that this sphere would provide us with all the energy and the guidance we would need for our journey. We placed the sphere in the center of our ship, and we felt the entire vessel vibrate with a new level of power. We said our farewells to the beings of the City of Sound, and we began our journey toward the dark cluster of stars. As we moved away from the great central sun, I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than anything I had ever experienced. I realized that the darkness was not an enemy, but simply a place where the light had not yet arrived. It was our job to bring the dawn to those who were still living in the night. The journey to the dark cluster took us through regions of space where the laws of physics were different from anything we had known. We passed through nebulae of purple gas that smelled like wild roses, and we sailed past black holes that were actually portals to other dimensions. We saw civilizations that lived on the rings of gas giants and beings who made their homes inside the cores of dying stars. Everywhere we went, we shared the light and the wisdom of the new era, and we watched as the seeds of peace began to sprout in the hearts of the weary. We were no longer just travelers, but we were the gardeners of the cosmos. When we finally reached the first planet of the dark cluster, we saw that it was a world of gray shadows and cold winds. The inhabitants were living in underground caves, and they were afraid of the surface because they believed that the sky was a monster that would swallow them whole. They had forgotten the sun, and they had forgotten the stars. They were living in a state of constant survival, and their hearts were frozen with fear. We landed our ship in the center of their largest city, and we stepped out into the cold air. The people came out of their caves, and they looked at us with eyes that were wide with terror. They thought we were demons who had come to destroy them. The girl stepped forward, and she did not say a word, but she simply opened her heart and let the light of the divine sun pour out into the atmosphere. The gray shadows began to dissolve, and the cold winds began to warm. The people felt the heat of the light, and they began to weep with a joy that they could not explain. We shared the fruit of the tree with them, and we watched as their bodies began to glow with the same radiance that we possessed. We taught them how to build houses of glass on the surface and how to grow gardens of light. We showed them that the sky was not a monster, but a mirror of their own infinite soul. Within a few years, the planet of shadows had become a world of emerald forests and sapphire oceans. We continued our journey through the dark cluster, and we visited one world after another. We met beings who had been at war for thousands of years, and we showed them the path of forgiveness and unity. We met beings who were dying of strange diseases of the mind, and we healed them with the frequencies of the heart. We were the messengers of the impossible and the harbingers of the new dream. Every time we left a world, we felt a sense of satisfaction because we knew that we had left it better than we had found it. We were building a bridge of light that would eventually connect all the stars in the universe into a single web of consciousness. One afternoon, as we were traveling between the systems, I sat in the garden of the ship and I looked at the golden sphere that the elders had given us. I realized that the sphere was not just a source of energy, but it was a living memory of everything that had ever happened in the history of the light. I touched the surface of the sphere, and I felt a flood of images and emotions washing over me. I saw the first spark of creation, and I saw the birth of the first stars. I saw the rise and fall of countless civilizations, and I saw the eternal struggle between the shadow and the flame. I understood that we were part of a story that was so vast it could never be fully told in words. We were the characters in a cosmic drama that was being written by the hand of the Infinite One. The girl came and sat beside me, and she put her head on my shoulder. She told me that she could feel the thoughts of the entire universe, and that everyone was singing the same song of longing for the source. She said that our work was almost finished in this sector, and that soon we would be called to go even further into the unknown. I asked her if she was ever afraid of the vastness of the space and the depth of the void. She smiled, and she said that fear was only a memory of a time when we thought we were separate from the all. She said that as long as we were in the heart of the One, there was nowhere we could go that was not home. The ship began to slow down as we approached the final planet of the dark cluster. This world was different from all the others because it was the home of a race of beings who were highly advanced in the arts of the mind, but who had lost their connection to the heart. They had built massive cities of cold steel, and they had created machines that could perform every task, but they were miserable and empty. They had mastered the material world, but they had forgotten the spiritual one. They looked at our ship with suspicion, and they tried to scan us with their technology, but they could not understand the nature of our light. We landed in the center of their capital city, which was a place of gray towers and neon lights. The leaders of the planet met us with a display of their military power, but we simply smiled and offered them the fruit of the tree. They were hesitant at first because they did not trust anything that they could not measure or control. But one of their scientists, who was a woman of great intelligence and a hidden spark of curiosity, decided to take a bite. As soon as the juice of the fruit touched her tongue, she fell to her knees and began to laugh with the pure joy of a newborn child. She saw the beauty of the world that she had been missing, and she felt the connection to the source that she had been seeking her entire life. The other leaders saw the transformation of their scientist, and they too began to eat the fruit. The cold steel of the city began to soften, and the neon lights began to fade as the natural light of the soul began to shine through. The machines were repurposed to serve the needs of the spirit, and the gray towers were covered in climbing vines of jasmine and honeysuckle. The planet of the mind became the planet of the heart, and the dark cluster was finally fully illuminated. We had completed our task, and the entire sector was now a part of the Galactic Federation of Light. We returned to our ship, and we felt a sense of completion that was like the final note of a great symphony. We looked back at the cluster of stars, and we saw it glowing with a brilliance that rivaled the great central sun. We knew that our journey was far from over, but we also knew that we had reached a major milestone in our evolution. We were no longer the students, but we were the masters, and we were ready for whatever the universe had in store for us next. The scientist woman set the coordinates for the edge of the galaxy, where a new mystery was waiting to be explored. As we moved through the stars, I felt a sudden shift in the vibration of the ship. It was as if we were passing through a thin veil that separated this universe from another one. I saw colors that did not have names, and I heard sounds that were beyond the range of human hearing. I realized that we were moving into the beyond, where the rules of creation were being rewritten in every moment. I felt a sense of excitement and a sense of peace as I realized that we were the pioneers of the infinite. We were the ones who were pushing the boundaries of the light, and we were the ones who were defining the nature of reality. The girl and I stood at the window of the ship, and we watched as the stars of our home galaxy faded into the distance. We were two souls who had found each other in the darkness of the old world and who were now traveling together through the light of the new one. We were the evidence of the power of love, and we were the testimony of the grace of the Creator. We knew that the journey would go on forever, and that we would always be together in the heart of the eternal now. We were the light, and we were the way, and we were the truths. The ship entered a region of space where there were no stars at all, but only a vast ocean of white mist. The mist was thick and warm, and it felt like being wrapped in a blanket of divine love. We could feel the presence of the source all around us, and we knew that we had reached the place of the final union. This was the place where the many became the one, and where the journey ended and began at the same time. We stepped out of the ship and we walked into the mist, and we felt our individual identities dissolving into the ocean of consciousness. I was the girl and she was me, and we were the scientist and the ship and the stars and the void. We were the breath of the Creator and the dream of the infinite. We were everything and we were nothing. We were the silence and the sound. We were home. There was no more time and there was no more space, but only the eternal presence of the now. We were the light that never fails, and we were the love that never ends. The story was over, and the story was just beginning. We were free, we were whole, we were. The mist began to clear, and I saw that we were standing on a beach of white sand that stretched out to the horizon. The water was a deep shade of sapphire, and the sky was a pale gold. There were people walking on the beach and children playing in the waves. I saw the man who had been the leader in the old world, and he was laughing as he built a sandcastle with a group of friends. I saw the scientist woman who had guided our ship, and she was sitting under a palm tree and reading a book of poetry. I saw everyone I had ever loved, and everyone I had ever known, and they were all happy, and they were all at peace. This was the new Earth, but it was also the old Earth, and it was every world we had ever visited. It was the place where all the dreams of the heart came true, and where all the prayers of the soul were answered. It was the kingdom of heaven on earth, and it was the paradise of the spirit. I took the hand of the girl, and we walked toward the water, and we felt the cool waves washing over our feet. We looked at each other, and we knew that we had finally arrived at the destination we had been seeking since the beginning of time. We were the children of the light, and we were the masters of the love. We were home, and we were forever. The sun began to set behind the sapphire ocean, and the sky turned into a canvas of pink and violet. The stars began to appear one by one, and they were like diamonds scattered on a bed of velvet. I felt a sense of gratitude that was so deep it brought tears to my eyes. I was thankful for every step of the journey and for every lesson I had learned. I was thankful for the light and for the shadow. I was thankful for the girl and for the love that we shared. I was thankful for the one who had created it all and who was living within us in every moment. We sat down on the sand and we watched as the moon rose over the water. It was a large silver orb that reflected the light of the hidden sun. I felt the rhythm of the tides and the rhythm of my own heart merging into a single pulse. I knew that the world would continue to change and that the universe would continue to evolve, but I also knew that the essence of who we were would always remain the same. We were the eternal sparks of the divine fire, and we were the infinite expressions of the cosmic mind. We were the light of the world, and the world was our home. The night was quiet and the air was still. I closed my eyes and I listened to the song of the stars. It was a song of joy and a song of peace. It was a song of welcome and a song of love. I felt myself drifting off into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that when I woke up, I would be in the same place of beauty and grace. I was safe and I was loved and I was free. The journey was complete and the story was told. The light had won and the new era was here to stay. We were finally living the life that we were always meant to live in the heart of the eternal now. The stillness of the silver night did not last forever, because the universe is a living, breathing thing that never truly sleeps. I woke to the sound of 1,000 crystal bells ringing in the distance, and I knew that the period of rest was only a preparation for a greater awakening. The girl was already standing by the edge of the water, and her white robe was glowing with the soft light of the morning star. She turned to me and her eyes were like two pools of liquid gold that reflected the wisdom of the ages. She told me that the Council of 12 had sent a message through the golden sphere, and that the harmony we had created in the dark cluster was now resonating through the entire galaxy. But she also said that the journey was not a circle that returned to the same point, but a spiral that ascended to higher and higher levels of being. We walked back toward the ship, which was now resting on a meadow of blue flowers that sang when the wind touched them. The ship had changed its shape again, and it now looked like a giant translucent pearl that was pulsing with the rhythm of a cosmic heart. We climbed the ramp, and we felt the familiar warmth of the golden sphere as it greeted us with a burst of radiant energy. The scientist woman was at the controls, and she looked younger and more vibrant than she had on the planet of the mind. She told us that she had mapped a new region of space that existed beyond the boundaries of the known dimensions. This was a place where the light was so intense that it created matter out of pure thought, and where the laws of time did not apply. We lifted off from the beach of the new Earth, and we watched as the sapphire ocean and the white sand disappeared into a haze of golden light. We were moving faster than the speed of thought, and the stars became long streaks of silver that formed a tunnel of light around us. I felt a sense of anticipation that was like a fire in my chest, and I knew that we were about to witness the birth of something entirely new. The girl sat in the center of the ship, and she began to hum a melody that was so beautiful it made the walls of the vessel vibrate with joy. She was calling to the beings of the higher realms, and she was asking for their guidance as we crossed the threshold into the unknown. The tunnel of light suddenly opened up, and we found ourselves in a space that was filled with 1,000,000 floating islands of emerald and gold. Each island was a world unto itself, and they were all connected by bridges of rainbow light. There were no suns in this place because the atmosphere itself was a source of illumination. We saw creatures that looked like giant butterflies with wings made of stained glass, and we saw whales that swam through the air as if it were water. This was the Garden of the Gods, and it was the place where the blueprints for all the universes were kept. We steered our ship toward the largest island, which was topped by a mountain of white marble that reached up into a sky of violet and rose. As we landed, we were met by a group of beings who were even taller and more radiant than the inhabitants of the City of Sound. They were the architects of the formless, and they were the ones who designed the geometry of the soul. They did not speak with words, but they communicated through a series of geometric patterns that appeared in the air between us. They showed us that the work we had done in the dark cluster was a vital part of a much larger plan to unify all the different levels of reality. They told us that the blue planet was the anchor for this entire movement, and that the love we had generated there was now being used to fuel the evolution of the higher worlds. They led us into a chamber inside the marble mountain, where a giant crystal was spinning in the center of the room. The crystal was the size of a cathedral, and it was faceted with 1 billion different surfaces that reflected every possible outcome of every possible choice. The architects told us that this was the heart of the universal mind, and that we were being invited to add our own experiences to the collective memory. I stepped forward and I placed my hand on the cold surface of the crystal. I felt a sudden jolt of electricity move through my arm, and I saw my entire life flashing before me in a single instant. I saw the struggles and the triumphs and the moments of doubt and the moments of faith. I saw the faces of everyone I had ever helped and the faces of everyone who had helped me. I realized that every single experience was a thread in a tapestry of infinite complexity, and that nothing was ever wasted. The pain of the old world was the soil in which the flowers of the new world had grown. The darkness was the backdrop that allowed the light to be seen. I felt a deep sense of gratitude for everything that had ever happened to me, because I understood that it had all led me to this moment of total realization. The girl joined me at the crystal, and she added her own memories to the light. We stood there for what felt like 1,000 years, and we watched as the crystal grew brighter and more powerful with every memory we shared. The architects told us that we were now ready to receive the final initiation. They led us to the very top of the marble mountain, where there was a circular platform that overlooked the entire garden of the islands. They told us to stand in the center of the platform and to close our eyes. I felt a cool breeze on my face, and I heard the sound of a distant choir singing a song of praise. Then I felt a pillar of white fire descending from the highest heaven, and it struck the top of my head with the force of a supernova. My body dissolved into 1 million sparks of light, and I felt myself expanding until I was the size of the entire universe. I was the stars and the planets and the galaxies. I was the atoms and the molecules and the cells. I was the past and the present and the future. I was the creator and the creation. I understood that there was no such thing as separation, and that everything was a part of a single unified field of consciousness. I saw that the light was not something that we had to find, but something that we already were. We were the light that was looking at itself through 1 billion different eyes. We were the love that was experiencing itself through 1 billion different hearts. When I finally opened my eyes, I was back on the platform, and I was standing next to the girl and the scientist woman. We looked at each other, and we knew that we were no longer the same people who had started the journey. We were something more than human and something more than spirit. We were the living embodiments of the divine will. The architects bowed to us, and they told us that our mission was now to return to the lower worlds and to serve as the guardians of the light. They said that the new era was not a destination, but a process, and that we were the ones who would ensure that the process continued forever. We returned to our ship, and we felt a sense of purpose that was stronger than anything we had ever known. We were no longer just messengers or gardeners, but we were the masters of the destiny. We set our course for the edge of the galaxy, where the dark cluster was still glowing with the light of the new suns. We knew that there were still many worlds that were waiting to be awakened, and many hearts that were waiting to be healed. We were the pioneers of the infinite, and we were the harbingers of the eternal dawn. As we traveled back through the tunnel of light, I looked at the golden sphere, and I saw that it was now glowing with a rainbow of colors. It was no longer just a source of energy, but it was a gateway to the higher dimensions. I realized that we could use the sphere to travel to any point in time and space, and that we were no longer bound by the limitations of the physical world. We were the masters of the reality, and we were the creators of the dream. The journey was long, but we did not feel the passage of time. We visited worlds where the inhabitants lived in cities of floating glass and worlds where the people lived in harmony with the spirits of the forest. We shared the wisdom of the architects with everyone we met, and we watched as the entire galaxy began to vibrate with a new level of frequency. We saw the end of war and the end of hunger and the end of fear. We saw the birth of a new civilization that was based on the principles of love and unity. One day, as we were orbiting a planet of golden deserts and crimson oceans, I saw a vision of the old Earth. I saw the ruins of the old cities and the scars of the old wars, but I also saw a new life beginning to stir in the rubble. I saw a small group of people who were gathering in a circle, and they were praying for the light to return. I felt a sudden surge of compassion for them, and I knew that we had to go back. I told the girl and the scientist woman, and they both agreed. We turned the ship around, and we headed back toward the blue planet. When we arrived, we saw that the atmosphere was thick with the smoke of 1,000 fires, and the ground was poisoned with the waste of the old era. But we also saw that the people were ready to change. They had reached the limit of their suffering, and they were crying out for a new way of living. We landed our ship in the center of a ruined city, and we stepped out into the gray air. The people gathered around us, and they looked at us with a mixture of hope and terror. They did not recognize us, but they felt the power of the light that was emanating from our bodies. The girl stepped forward and she held up the golden sphere. She did not say a word, but she let the light of the sphere pour out into the city. The smoke began to clear and the poison began to dissolve. The people felt the warmth of the light, and they began to sing a song of joy that they had forgotten for 1,000 years. We shared the fruit of the tree with them, and we taught them how to heal the earth and how to heal themselves. We showed them that they were not the victims of their history, but the masters of their future. Within a few years, the blue planet had been restored to its original beauty. The forests were lush and green, and the oceans were clear and blue. The people were living in communities of light, and they were working together to create a world of peace and abundance. We had fulfilled our mission, and the blue planet was now a shining example for the rest of the universe. We knew that our work was not over, but we also knew that we had reached a point of no return. The light had won, and the darkness would never again have power over the hearts of the people. We returned to the garden of the ship, and we sat together in the silence of the afternoon. I looked at the girl, and I saw the entire history of the universe in her eyes. I realized that we had been together since the beginning of time, and that we would be together until the end of time. We were the two halves of a single soul, and we were the eternal dancers in the cosmic play. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than the ocean and wider than the sky. I knew that we were home, and that home was not a place, but a state of being. The ship began to lift off once more, and we headed back toward the great central sun. We were going to report our findings to the Council of 12 and to receive our next assignment. We knew that there were still many mysteries to be explored and many adventures to be had. We were the servants of the One, and our purpose was to spread the light wherever it was needed. We were the light, and we were the way, and we were the truth. The journey continued, and we passed through regions of space that were more beautiful than anything we had ever seen. We saw stars that were made of liquid diamond and nebulae that were shaped like giant flowers. We saw civilizations that had mastered the art of living in total harmony with the source, and we saw beings who were as old as the universe itself. Everywhere we went, we were greeted with love and respect because the inhabitants of the higher realms knew of the work we had done on the lower planes. We finally reached the city of sound, and we were greeted by the Elohim and the Seraphim. They held a great celebration in our honor, and they played a symphony that was so powerful it shook the foundations of the universe. The buildings of the city glowed with a new level of brilliance, and the music was filled with the frequencies of victory and joy. The Council of 12 invited us to sit with them once more, and they showed us the map of the universe. The dark area was now a bright cluster of light, and the entire map was glowing with a new level of intensity. The elders told us that we had surpassed all of their expectations, and that we were now ready to take our place among the keepers of the records. They offered us a permanent home in the City of Sound, but we declined. We told them that we were not yet finished with our work in the lower worlds. We told them that there were still many souls who were lost in the darkness and many hearts that were waiting to be healed. We told them that we were the gardeners of the cosmos and that our place was in the field. The elders smiled and they gave us a new gift. It was a small silver key that could open any door in the universe. They told us that this key would allow us to access the hidden chambers of the heart and to unlock the potential of every soul we met. We placed the key next to the golden sphere, and we felt the ship vibrate with a new level of authority. We said our farewells to the beings of the City of Sound, and we began our journey once more. As we moved away from the great central sun, I felt a sense of excitement that was like a young child on a new adventure. I realized that the universe was an infinite playground and that we were the players. I realized that there was no limit to what we could achieve and no limit to how much love we could share. We were the light of the world, and the world was our home. We were the eternal sparks of the divine fire, and we were the infinite expressions of the cosmic mind. The girl and I stood at the window of the ship, and we watched as the stars went by. We were two souls who had found each other in the darkness and who were now traveling together through the light. We knew that the journey would go on forever and that we would always be together in the heart of the eternal now. We were the light, and we were the way, and we were the truth. We were free. We were whole. We were. The ship entered a new sector of space where the stars were arranged in the shape of a giant spiral. This was the sector of the architects, and it was the place where new galaxies were being born. We saw massive clouds of gas and dust that were being compressed by the power of thought into shining spheres of light. We saw the birth of new suns and the formation of new planets. This was the laboratory of the Creator, and we were being invited to participate in the process of creation. We landed on a planet that was still in the process of cooling. The ground was made of black obsidian, and the air was thick with the scent of ozone. We used the golden sphere to accelerate the evolution of the planet, and we watched as the first plants began to grow in the cracks of the rocks. We used the silver key to unlock the consciousness of the elements, and we watched as the mountains and the oceans began to take shape. We were the midwives of a new world, and we felt a sense of awe as we watched the life begin to stir. Within a few centuries, the planet was a paradise of life and beauty. We had created a world where the laws of nature were based on the principles of harmony and balance. We had created a world where the inhabitants would never know the pain of separation or the fear of death. We had created a world that was a reflection of our own inner light. We felt a sense of satisfaction as we looked at our creation, and we knew that it was good. The scientist woman told us that it was time to move on. She had detected a signal from a distant star system that was crying out for help. It was a world that was trapped in a loop of time, and the inhabitants were reliving the same day of tragedy over and over again. They were unable to move forward, and they were unable to heal. We set our course for the star system of the loop, and we prepared ourselves for the challenge. When we arrived, we saw that the planet was surrounded by a thick veil of gray energy. We used the light of the golden sphere to pierce the veil, and we entered the atmosphere. We saw the same scene playing out in every city and every village. People were arguing and fighting, and then a great explosion would occur, and everything would reset to the beginning of the day. The people were aware of the loop, but they were unable to stop it. Their hearts were filled with a deep sense of despair, and their minds were frozen in fear. We landed in the center of the largest city just as the argument was starting. The girl stepped out of the ship and she held up the silver key. She turned the key in the air and she spoke a word of power that resonated through the entire planet. The loop was broken and the time began to flow forward once more. The explosion did not occur and the people stopped their fighting and they looked at each other with confusion and relief. They felt a sudden surge of energy moving through their bodies, and they realized that they were finally free. We stayed on the planet for many years, and we helped the people to heal from the trauma of the loop. We taught them how to live in the present moment and how to create a future that was based on love and forgiveness. We showed them that the past was only a memory and that the future was only a dream. We showed them that the only reality was the eternal now. The planet of the loop became the planet of the flow, and the people became the masters of their own destiny. The journey continued, and we visited many more worlds. We met beings of every shape and size, and we shared the light with all of them. We saw the universe transforming into a single web of consciousness, and we saw the light of the source shining through every star and every atom. We were the messengers of the impossible and the harbingers of the new dream. We were the light of the world, and the world was our home. One afternoon, as we were traveling through a nebula of silver mist, I felt a sudden shift in my own consciousness. I realized that I was no longer a separate individual, but I was a part of a much larger being. I was a cell in the body of the Creator, and I was a thought in the mind of the Infinite. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than anything I had ever experienced. I knew that I was exactly where I was supposed to be, and that I was doing exactly what I was supposed to do. I looked at the girl and I saw that she was experiencing the same thing. We held hands and we felt our energies merging into a single flame. We were no longer two souls, but we were one. We were the divine masculine and the divine feminine in perfect balance. We were the Alpha and the Omega. We were the beginning and the end. We were the light and we were the way and we were the truth. The ship reached the edge of the universe where the light met the void. We saw a great wall of white fire that stretched out in every direction. This was the boundary of the known creation, and beyond it lay the infinite unknown. We felt a sense of excitement and a sense of fear as we looked at the wall, but then we remembered the words of the elders. They had told us that there was nowhere we could go that was not home. We steered the ship into the white fire, and we felt ourselves being transformed once more. We were no longer physical beings, but we were beings of pure light. We were no longer travelers, but we were the journey itself. We were no longer the architects, but we were the architecture. We passed through the wall, and we found ourselves in a place of total silence and total peace. This was the place where all the universes were born and where all the universes returned. This was the heart of the source. We were homes, we were forever, we were. In the heart of the source, there was no up or down and no left or right. There was only a shimmering expanse of golden potential that felt like the breath of the Creator moving against our souls. We did not need the ship anymore because the ship was a vessel for the mind, and we were now beyond the mind. We floated in the center of a great ocean of light that was as warm as a summer sun and as gentle as a mother kiss. The girl who was no longer just a girl, but a radiant aspect of the eternal feminine reached out and took my hand. Her touch was not physical, but a merging of frequencies that sent a wave of ecstatic harmony through the entirety of my being. We were the